On the one hand, we are exploring some of the challenges that have created a digital divide and how we can manage some of those challenges. And on the second side of that theme, we are finding how can we enable partnerships, meaningful partnerships for our sector.
It's not just a slogan, it's a call to action that hits home and reminds us that while we have made great strides in digital inclusion, there's still much more to do.
Your presence today serves as a powerful testament to the far-reaching and transformative impact of the ICT sector across every facet of our society.
And I'm sure all of us, the reason why you are here is because you identify with the theme for this workshop, and therefore you are actually a champion for ensuring that we scale down this digital divide.
This is the first of its kind, following previous interactions with the Kenya DNS Forum.
It's quite interesting to see that we have so many partners and stakeholders for putting in the work to create the kind of digital and internet space that we all desire to experience in the future.
And some of the themes that have come out on the first day have resonated well with a lot of our participants around how do we enable entrepreneurs maximize and bring the K domains to the world.
We believe that education by itself is the simple, most important tool that will
give a lasting impact, and I look
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looks to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum.
Grow your business or advance your mission, your vision, and your objectives. We have a full day ahead of us, and I think there's a bit of an echo. So we have a full day ahead of us, a number of panels and presentations. So we're going to kick off right away because we want to really make the best use of our time. So seeing as we are just about 10-15 minutes behind schedule, I want us to really keep time today, so I want to invite our CEO, Chief Evangelist.ke brand, Andrew Lewela, to give a recap of yesterday. Then I will take it from there. Karibu sana bwana CEO. A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I hope we've had a cup of tea, cup of coffee. And those who are outside, I hope they'll join us. I saw a few people still enjoying the breakfast. And I'm sure the room will fill up pretty quickly. We committed yesterday to start on time. And I know a few people are joining us virtually, so we don't want to keep them. I have a simple duty to do a quick recap of yesterday. Those who maybe were not present, karibuni sana to the Kenya Internet Summit and .ke Awards 2024, inaugural baby, which we hope will grow in leaps and bounds. Very quickly, yesterday we were privileged during the opening plenary to have a few speakers really set the tone for the summit. I began the day explaining why we transitioned from having DNS forums, domain name system forums, to what we are now calling the Kenya Internet Summit. Partially, the DNS forum was considered to be for technical constituencies, people who run infrastructure mostly, especially the DNS, some of our cybersecurity experts. And we thought we will open it up a bit more for also the demand side of the internet. So the creatives in the room, sort of our registrars, entrepreneurs who are trying to really use this asset called the internet. And that is why we decided to rebrand and open this up. We are pleasantly happy and surprised because we've had a lot of interest. We even at some point had to close the registration. So it shows that there was really a hunger to open up the forum. I also played back a few of the statistics of the global domain space and why we believe Africa and specifically Kenya has an opportunity to grow the namespace. We are sitting at less than 2% of the total top-level domain numbers, and that means there's a bit of headroom. So let's maximize, and I hope through the themes that we have put forward, the partnership and collaborations can help us grow the namespace. And that means money in your pockets. Our chairman also spent a bit of time replaying the issue of trust. The fact that there's a trust deficit, and I think one speaker mentioned there's a trust deficit in terms of citizens to government. But how about the technology ecosystem leading from the front in terms of rebuilding this trust? And I believe we can. There was also a call for partnerships, again, in our namespace, doing more together and not necessarily in silos. We were privileged to then be joined by the Secretary to the Cabinet, Madam Mercy Wanjau, who echoed the need for winning PPPs. And KENIC, as an entity, not-for-profit entity, many people think we are in the government. We are not a public entity, but we are more indeed a private entity with all the partners on the table. She also shared the government's journey to digitization and some of the benefits that accrue from that. We had our first panel yesterday that focused on how do we empower entrepreneurs in the domain investments. And a lot of best practices were shared that hopefully many of you took note of. And just to illustrate, for example, I know, Gitau, you had some homework you gave us through the secretary asking how much do you think was paid for the most expensive domain? Gitau, what was how much was it? 50 million. For which dollars? $50 million for which domain name? carinsurance.com. Let me illustrate. Earlier this year, a gentleman reached out to us, and I think Gitau and I met them last year in London. People who collect domains as assets. And they bought Mike, mi.ke, and they paid KENIC $5,000 for it. This week, we are closing another gentleman who reached out, not a Kenyan, unfortunately, money on the table. He's called Jake. He has just deposited $4,000 into KENIC account for ja.ke. So not $1 million, but you can see some of the investment people are willing to make, especially on 2-letter domains. So what else is under .ke with you? And I know the costs will come down and you'll pass that saving to citizens. So the infrastructure is here, it's ready. Let's leverage it. I know we also heard from Nyabuto, who's M. Zawadi CEO, and he's coming on, I think, later today also, his own case study. And he challenged me, saying, maybe the theme should be beyond partnerships. What comes as a partnership? Collaboration. And that stuck with me, from partnerships to collaboration, which is truly what we want to achieve. The fourth panel for the day was around shaping Kenya's digital outlook. One of the closing panels where questions were asked around, are we creating jobs and companies that will then invest in domains? Because domains is a hard sell if you don't have somewhere to pin it. And that is a task for government and all of us to really help, Gen Zs, millennials coming through by creating innovative companies that can then use this technology. So that was day one in a snapshot. I'm happy to report that because we've recorded these sessions, because we are live, you can always come back and recap a lot more of those details. So I want to leave it there and really urge all of us to engage with the speakers that are coming on today. And we have a very, can I call it, impactful sessions, which will be capped in the afternoon by our closing session led by Ambassador Philip Thigo, who some of you might know, currently appointed the technology envoy for Kenya, and we have some questions we'll be asking him around our role also in the global play. I will also in the afternoon be making some key announcements for the domain sector. I hope you'll stay tuned because we have a few goodies we've discussed with the team that we hope will inspire us into the future. So Gitau, our event director, I think that is the role you charged me with, and I hope I've tried to stick within 10-15 minutes so that we can get into the first panel of the day. So don't be so gloomy, guys. Eh? If you guys are still gloomy, feel free to walk out, get another coffee, and come in, and let's make this an interactive, impactful day 2. Over to you, Gitau.
Asante. So we all know that the latter part of the theme of this event is unleashing the power of partnerships. And the next panel will be discussing the joint efforts in promoting digital behavior and empowering youth as agents of change. So I want to invite the panel to come. And this is made up of Fraser Kilonzo, the lead executive, lead engineer, CyberGuard Africa. Please come. Round of applause. We have Nabiha Rishad, product and research lead at Seriano. Karibu. Diana Muthike, that's a digital forensic investigator. Is she in the house? Oh, yeah, sure. East Africa data handlers. Moderator for this would be Keith Andere. Karibu sana. So Keith is an internet governance expert, and he's also executive director at Africa Center for Climate Research and Innovations. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Good morning once again. I hope that the call for more coffee will come in, because you'll take that up, because we need more liveliness into this. I have a wonderful session of, I would call them Gen Zs. Forgive if they don't look more like Gen Zs, but we hope that we are going to have a very interactive and engaging session, as you've heard their names and their wonderful profile. So without so much further ado, we will basically look at this session in 3 aspects. One, we are going to look at the essential digital skills needed for today's job market. We will also look at the role of mentorship and community programs in bridging the digital divide, the importance of ethical engagement and online safety, and lastly, we will tackle the challenges and opportunities in fostering digital literacy among Kenyan youth. So my panelists, thank you so much for being here, and let's dive straight into the meat of the discussion. So I'll start with Faiza on the other side, and my first question to you would be around what is the role of, what role does mentorship play in helping young people transforming from digital skills training to actual employment opportunities?
Thank you so much. Morning, everyone. Mentorship plays a huge role. I live alone, normal school where students and youth go study and get all the skills and talent and knowledge on what they're covering. Mentorship helps in terms of being able to drive them in terms of how to be able to carry out themselves in terms of their skill. Yes, they're skilled. Yes, they're knowledgeable. But now, what comes next? There's that professionalism that comes with it, how to be able to handle various aspects of things. That comes now out through mentorship. I'll give you real-life examples. I'm a product of mentorship, being able to have gone from an intern to a lead security engineer has been through mentorship. And that's what mentorship does. Another typical example, Dana here is a product of mentorship. So we have mentorship cohorts that we run at CyberGuard Africa, and Dana is part of that first cohort that has been able to now see people coming out. Another typical example is Stacy, who's part of the crowd. She's also part of our mentorship programs. And these mentorship programs, by the end of it, you'll have gained so much knowledge, you'll have learned from mistakes that other past people within the field have been able to make, so that now you become a better person within the industry, you become a better person individually, and you're able to grow. So mentorship is quite huge. It's something that's also lacking in quite a number of areas, which we are also trying to see how can we be able to fill in those key aspects of things and be able to have youth being guided and being mentored even as fresh as university.
Wonderful. I also feel compelled to say that I'm a product of mentorship by some of the colleagues and friends who are also seated in the podium. Nabiha, let me ask you, can you share some successful examples of some of the programs that you have empowered youth with digital skills and led to job creation?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll talk about Cyber Shuja. In 2016, we came together with USIU Africa. We started a program called SCIP. That's Seriano Cyber Immersion Program, where we were able to train 8 students across different universities within Kenya. Looking at 2022, based on the reports we have done, some of the challenges we are seeing is that there's a cybersecurity skills gap. Also looking at the skills gap, we're also seeing there's a shortage of females within the cybersecurity space. So in 2022, we formed a partnership. So Cyber Shuja is a consortium of 3 partners. That's Seriano, USIU, and the Kenya Bankers Association. We came together to upskill the youth in terms of cybersecurity. So as long as you're between 18 to 35, we give this course free of charge. Right now, we have essential courses for those who are beginning in their career, so from network defense to digital forensics. For the more advanced courses, we do things like cloud and network security, security analyst, and for those who are interested in starting their own businesses, we even have an entrepreneurship class. I'm happy to say that as of today, we've trained over 1,000, both male and female, within Kenya, and they have successfully completed this program. And as part of our program, we have placed these students in over 70 organizations.
Well, that's fantastic. And for me, I think the highlight there is that you still have open opportunities for some of the friends and colleagues who might want to join into the program. Diana, how can partnerships between government, NGOs, and private sector enhance digital skills training initiatives?
Morning, everyone. My name is Diana, as you've heard. Before I answer that question, I'm a product of both of what they have talked about. So, first of all, for the government, when they collaborate with NGOs and the private sector, so the government can actually provide funds and grants that can be able to fund, grants and funds that can be able to fund the initiatives. Again, the NGOs can actually go into the deeper areas of the community to identify community-based, specific community-based. I think that's the correct alignment. Yes, that for each particular community. For instance, these NGOs, they can go maybe to the remote areas, to even civilized, not civilized, but more industrial areas like Nairobi and other cities. So what the private sector can do, the private sector can now offer the expert trainers towards those initiatives, training initiatives. Also, that collaboration, they can also provide friendly initiatives towards the youth that will encourage them. I was thinking of how the abroad campuses offer sponsorships. So they will offer you the sponsorship. They also offer you the incentive, not incentive, but rather stipend for surviving in those countries. Stipend also give you a job. So it's more of an encouragement for most youths to actually enroll in such programs. Thank you.
Awesome. I think we've tackled quite some, serious questions around digital skills and employment. How about we now jump into digital citizenship? And I think it's in order for us to still follow the same format. And Faiza, you are not likely to be the first one, tackling these questions. But how can digital literacy programs incorporate lessons on online safety and ethical behavior in digital spaces?
That's quite interesting, because one of the things that we see, especially in the digital platforms, is there's a lot of miscommunication that usually happens. So one of the things that we can be able to enhance and be able to facilitate is that ability for critical thinking and that media literacy. So once we are able to get those that information, are you able to go now deeper and analyze, is this information that's being passed across, is it right, is it correct, is it timely? or is it misinformed? So that's one of the things that we need to be able to push through those digital literacy programs, that you need to first of all analyze before you take in that information as what it is and as Bible truth. You need to be able to analyze it and say that this information, I've received it, but what more is there behind it? Can I be able to now do further research? Can I be able to dig deeper in it? Secondly, we're talking about things like cyberbullying, which is quite big. So we need to be able to enhance what are the consequences, lessons on what are the consequences of cyberbullying. In case you're caught cyberbullying, what will happen to you? How does cyberbullying happen? And thirdly, how can we be able to prevent and safeguard each other from being cyberbullied? So those are some of the things that we're looking at. Next, we are looking at things like online privacy and safety, being able to enhance that literacy about online privacy. How can we be able to stay online? Even as we use the internet, how can we be able to keep ourselves safe, keep our friends safe, keep each other safe? And how can we be able to enhance that security aspect of things when it comes to now keeping our data safe, keeping ourselves safe? Lastly, looking at things like digital footprint management, explain now the importance of keeping your digital footprint safe. And because that's one of the things that usually comes up way years later. Remember, the internet does not forget. So definitely, if the internet does not forget, then that means that as early as the moment you get your data online or whatever you post, even on social platforms, you need to be able to safeguard yourself. And whatever you're posting, remember, it has repercussions. We've seen people getting discharged from various organizations because of posts they did years ago. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. Yeah.
Awesome. So you're saying that as I anguka now, I must be very careful on what I post, eh?
Yes, yes.
Awesome. Nabia, in what ways can youth leverage digital tools to advocate for social change and community development in light of what is happening in Kenya now?
Thank you. So I'll start with social media. Social media is a very powerful tool. This can be used now to raise awareness on different trends and different challenges that are happening both locally and globally. We also have online education platforms, so the youth can either create content or participate in things like webinars, workshops, meetings online to help educate others on social change and other community-related issues. Looking at the third point, there are online communities. There are various online communities that the youth can join where they can be able to collaborate and positively impact the community. And then lastly, when you're thinking about all these programs, there's a lot of data collected from it. So looking at things like data analytics, you're able to see what worked, what didn't work, what can I do different. And these can be used to now further refine these programs.
Awesome. Diana, what are some of the potential risks associated with digital engagement for youth, and how can they be mitigated?
So some of the risks, of course, Fraser has talked about cyberbullying. That's so rampant. Of course, you'll see social celebs, just someone commenting anything, just anything, and you're like, has that come from someone's brain? There's that. Also, there's addiction. So I'll tackle that later. So there's cyberbullying. There's also privacy breaches. People sharing their personal informations without really realizing that it will be used, or rather it can be used against you. So on the part of addiction is where the youths there's TikTok lately, IG, and everything. So someone cannot do anything else apart from scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll 24 hours, or even maybe most of your time, or most of the time, some youth spending it on just scrolling, just addicted to social media. You can't do anything anything sensible or anything that can is impactful to you or to others on social media. Some mitigations on the part of cyberbullying, perhaps the government or the government can come up with laws and policies that can prevent cyberbullying, or even clear policies that dictate how the cyberbullies should be handled in case that happens. On the part of social sharing personal information, people can, there should be initiatives to create awareness of letting people know what you should share on social media, what you should not. On the part of addiction, I think that's a personal issue. I mean, not me, but personal, each individual, each youth individually. In fitness, we say you are what you think. So here, I'll say you are what you put in your brain. So if you want to put TikTok all the day, okay, go ahead. You'll get the consequences. If you want to put something sensible in your brain, go ahead. You'll also get the consequences. It's either good, helpful, or not helpful. Yeah.
Garbage in, garbage out, huh? All right, so let's go to challenges and opportunities. And this for me is a good line always, because I like to see what is ahead and how do we jump in. Okay, so again, Faiza, let me just pick up a tough question for you. What future trends in technology should young people be aware to remain competitive in job market?
Actually, this I wouldn't tackle this as just young people, but everyone. We're seeing everyone is now moving to the digital space, digital side of things. So the first thing I'll talk about is AI and machine learning. We need to be able to leverage a lot on AI. How many of you use Google on every single day? You do, right? Things like Gemini, which is a product of Google, should be able to help you be able to be more productive and to make your work way faster. But how many of you use Gemini on a single day? Very few people, very few hands. So these are things that we're talking about. You need to be able to understand how AI works, how you can be able to leverage it in your various sectors, to be able to now make things faster. Decision making should be way faster using such tools. When you come to the young people, understanding now the nitty-gritties of AI and machine learning, being able to understand how the tools work and how we can be able to leverage and enhance them even more, so that as we continue, we can be able to even make more informed decisions. Secondly, I'll talk about the field that I'm in, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity cuts across all board. How? Within the organizations, we can be able to enhance training for the general staff to understand, in case I click on a link, how is it going to affect the organization? How is it going to affect the various people who are around me? That's for the general staff. Why is the IT insisting that I need to have a strong password? I mean, I have a password. As long as I have a password and the same password can be used on various platforms, then my password works. But why do we insist on different passwords for different platforms? That cyber awareness is quite key. Secondly, when we talk about cybersecurity for the young people, we're looking at things like ethical hacking. How can I be able to understand how systems work, and how can I be able to break systems to be able to enhance the security of that system? For example, we have organizations like Safaricom, which has bug bounty programs, and these programs enhance the youth skills because they put their platforms out there. You get to compromise, get a bug, report it to them ethically, and you get a reward once that bug has been proven and they are able to fix. This way, it enhances the cyber resilience of the platform. We are slowly seeing the transition of a few companies here in Kenya, just trying to enhance that capability, because we can't be perfect, and the teams we have internally can never be perfect. However, there's someone who's out there who's way better. There's a 13-year-old somewhere across the globe who will come across your system and will be able to touch your system. You cannot tell them not to touch your system. However, you can be able to predict that a certain area during a certain period usually gets a high number of requests for a certain number of certain drug. For example, if it's malaria drugs, we need to be able to predict ahead, way ahead than even before it happens. We saw during COVID, a certain number of COVID vaccines expired. We could be able to predict such using data science and data analytics. Lastly, we're looking at cloud computing, and by cloud computing, we're seeing the transition from physical servers that you can be able to see to cloud servers. There's a server seated somewhere that we cannot be able to see. However, our data is safe, our data is secure. In case of anything that happens to our physical environment, our data is safe, and you can be able to proceed now with that data. And you can be able to access it from wherever. Yeah. Then lastly, we are looking at IoT, coming up with IoT devices, data management, and IoT security.
Fantastic. Nabiha, how can youth be motivated to embrace digital literacy as a means of personal and professional development?
Great. When I think about motivation, I think, what's my passion? What are my future goals? So the first point is we start early. At an early age, we have 2 labs, one in Kibaoni, down in Kilifi, and one in Shisasari. And when we teach these kids about digital skills, their eyes light up. So they're interested. What is a computer? What is a mouse? What is a keyboard? So from that early age, they're exposed to things like coding, things about cyberbullying, because at that age, they're also exposed to different platforms. Looking at the students in high school, they're now starting to do projects. They're doing coding projects, they're able to present on the same. By the time these students are now reaching campus, they're well aware of the different opportunities within the digital space, and they can make more sound-based decisions. So that's the first point. The second one is connecting digital literacy to my interests. So am I interested in programming? Am I interested in analytics? Am I interested in cybersecurity? Now that I've identified my area of interest, what do I need to do? Are there online courses I can join? Are there courses in university which I can take for me to further my interests? The third point is making digital literacy accessible. Sometimes it may come out as being expensive, but you need to do your research on which resources do we need. Do we need a laptop? Do we need internet connectivity? And if yes, we do, how do we get them? And what do they cost? So making it accessible. Fraser and Diana both talked about mentorship. Having mentors within the space is also very important. Looking at the females, what are the females in the space doing? Can I also do it myself? That's another very important point. And then next is highlighting career opportunities. It says all industries are automating. So automation cuts across different industries. I might be interested in technology, but I also might be interested within the health sector. So how can I use my digital skills within the health sector? And now we are seeing there are multiple opportunities. I may also be interested within working in the law space. Again, how can I use my digital skills there? So being aware of all these opportunities is also a very good way to motivate the youth. Okay.
Awesome. Maybe before we come to Diana, Fraser, did you want to add up one thing?
Yes. One more thing, and which I think is really critical that I forgot to mention, is about blockchain technology. We're seeing some of the organizations moving to blockchain technology. Blockchain is not that bad. Blockchain is not bad. It's not full of scammers. You just need to be able to understand. That's now the other side of cryptocurrency scams. So with blockchain, you need to understand the fundamentals, understand how smart contracts work, and understand that knowledge of cryptocurrencies and how they work. Because with that, we can be able to even come up with the technologies that work. We can move in terms of banking. We can do things like cryptocurrency and such exchanges. Yeah.
Okay, Diana, here we go. How can the government, again, and private sector work together to improve internet connectivity and access to
Just like I had talked about on the first question, the first point is coming up with youth hubs or digital resource centers. That is where in many places, so perhaps maybe like this town, there's a hub or a youth hub where the youths around that place can go access the internet or access trainers, access just even people who can actually guide them into knowing what do I want, what can I try, what can work for me. So that's the first one, having youth hubs. The other one is, the other point is making the internet affordable. So it's not just about coming up with youth hubs and then you are asking for so much. Yeah, we can't afford food, and then we want internet, and you're asking for so much that we can't afford. So even making the internet accessible and affordable to the youths. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a few more minutes left, and I'll be keen and interested to see if there are any questions both online and on-site. And in a typical Gen Z fashion, go straight to the point. Is there any question?
As we transition to questions, I have a challenge for the audience.
Okay.
We've talked about mentorship. We've talked about the impacts of mentorship. I'd like to challenge the audience and also those online. Let's take up at least one person and mentor them and nurture them from as early as high school or as early as campus. We might be the change makers. We might be assisting the change makers for tomorrow to become even better. Yeah.
Fantastic clarion call. Let's keep mentoring others and ensure that the elevator goes down, right? So I think I've seen two questions. There's one here, there's one there.
Yeah.
I hope that the ladies too will take an opportunity to ask a question. Yes, sure.
Absolutely. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think you're doing good work. My name is Howie Rapudo from Internet Society. I also run an initiative called Kijiji Yetu Community Network. Mine is about the Gen Z protest and the aftermath, because there are a lot of issues that were raised on digital security. And now that you're touching on it, I think it's important to look at how do you empower some of the young people, because some of the issues that were coming out maybe was lack of skills. Two was also the issue of protection of privacy. So how can we address those kind of issues? Thank you.
Yes, I think that is directed to you very silently. So maybe we'll pick up this question and then we can have the panelists take up, and feel free, Diana and Habiba, to just adapt to the first question.
Thank you for a wonderful panel. I think, again, I agree with Lawi that you're doing good work. I'll go straight to the question, as you asked. So we've all witnessed, I think, the last few months that there's a clear communication gap between the younger generation and what you can call maybe the millennials and people who are even slightly above the millennials. And there's also a seemingly values gap, like the things that Gen Zs hold dear to their hearts. Again, was shocking to many people what they hold dear, and was also shocking to many people how they communicate what they hold dear. And I can just imagine if any of us here logged into some of the X spaces, some people might have been shocked at how some of those things are presented. So my question is, the youth are going to be the workers of tomorrow. In fact, some of them are workers of today. And when they transition from being in college or in campus or at home and going to the workspace, some of them will be working, some of them will be working with machines, so they might not need to interact with very many people, but some will be working with people. So how do we So how do we explain, or how do we mentor? Basically, I think that's a question. that sometimes the professional skills might be as important as the hard digital tech skills. Sometimes even more important, depending on the field that you're playing. Because this is something, as Alai has said, has come quite apparent, and I think it's very important that we start thinking about that from a mentorship point of view.
Okay, I think Nabiha, that seems like it's being directed to you, yeah? Do you have any other question? Okay, ladies, I'll come back to you with a challenge, seeing that you're not taking up this space. So, over to you.
Thank you. I'll talk about the aftermath of what happened recently and digital security. I think one of the key things that we saw was a lot of people's data was being leaked. And that can come out in several ways. We're talking about the security of our data. The organizations that are collecting our data, safeguarding our data. How safeguarding looks like is being able to enhance the security of the platforms that we use and we input our data. Secondly, we're talking about them being able to carry out vulnerability assessments and penetration tests. Sorry, I'm getting a bit too technical, but these are some of the things that we're talking about that enhance the security of the platform, because majority of these systems that we use on a day-to-day basis, sorry to say, are pretty much vulnerable to any attack. Leave alone the DDoS that happened last year on some of our platforms. Being able to exfiltrate data and the likes is something very, very simple, very easy to do. But are the organizations going that extra step to be able to enhance that security of our data? It's something very questionable. Number two, data protection. I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of education of data protection and data privacy. What are the consequences that happen in case I leak out someone else's PIA data, personal identifiable information out there? What are the consequences that will happen to me? So those are some of the things that we can be able to now enhance now that in the digital literacy programs, just as we've spoken, we educate them, the youths, and educate each and every person that in case you're caught violating data protection laws and data protection acts that have been set, these are the consequences that you're gonna face, because you've been caught, you've been arrested, because you are leaking out someone else's personal identifiable information. And we saw majority of them actually were ending up using that information for malicious purposes. So that education needs to be really brought out properly and enhanced, so that now we see the youths even understanding that in case I'm caught leaking this data, probably there's a fine of $1 million or $2 million, or a jail term of even life imprisonment, because I've affected another person's security and life.
Yeah, speaking about data leak and how it has been spreading around, I think one of the easiest data that has been leaked a lot has been phone numbers of state officers, where we've been salamiating them very, very nicely. Yeah? What do you think? Do state officers, for example, have to an extent where their data should be public, like phone numbers, for example? Because we've seen, most of members of parliament and state officers having their phone numbers leaked. Is that very personal, or is that public, given that they're state officers?
In a way, it is personal as well, because for me to be able to give out my number, that I'm giving you something that belongs to me. So I think even phone number, being able to give it out at a certain level, it does get to be a bit personal, because for what purpose are you going to use the phone number? If you're going to salimia me, then now you've crossed that border. I can be able to now go and sue you and say that this person is an anisalimia, which now translates to now cyberbullying as well, because it's crossed that border.
Okay, Nabiba, you had a question that you wanted to answer to the gentleman on mentorship.
Yes, I agree with your sentiments about mentorship. Actually, we're giving them the technical skills. So we're mentoring you through the technical path, but are we also giving you the soft skills? Let's say you have a mentee who is having a job interview at a bank. This bank has an official dress code, but they show up with jeans and t-shirt. That's the first image the interview panel is now going to remember before even they look at your technical skills. So it's important also to share the soft skills. How do I brand myself? How do I do personal branding? How do I make my CV? That's the first image an employer will be looking at when they see my details. So yes, soft skills are also very important to integrate as now we're mentoring the youth.
Also, just to add on to that, we're also looking at, when it comes to mentorship, looking at enhancing that soft skills. How should I be able to communicate? In case I have an issue, how should I be able to address that issue in a way that's responsible and shows maturity? So that comes out also in mentorship, because you're able to guide that mentee that in case you have an issue, don't go switch off the servers and switch off the systems and make things inaccessible just because you're not being heard. You need to be able to address yourself in a way that is mature of you and shows that you can be able to be heard properly. Yeah.
Okay, Diana, do you have anything to add on any of the two questions, very briefly?
On the
Questions.
sentiments of mentorship,
Yeah.
I would like to add on that. In my experience with mentorship, I don't remember any day Fraser or Bright or any other mentor has ever come to approach me to ask me, Diana, do you want me to mentor you? No, I've never experienced that. So it also comes with individual responsibility, and also what do you want as a youth, as Diana, as someone else? What do you want? And if you want this, who do you approach? I remember getting to Fraser. It was not an easy task, because you go to LinkedIn, you search, I know I want to do penetration testing, you search, you DM experts, others don't reply to you. But those who do, they will also require you, before they agree to mentor you, they require something of you. I have gone through some processes to actually convince my mentors that I deserve this. So it also comes with individual responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we have 2 minutes left, and I want us to do two things. Panelists, prepare for your closing. How many have X accounts? Let me see. How many are on X? Okay, can we take up our phones? And then go to X. My panelists here are about to do their closing remarks. As they do their closing remarks, they're going to say their X handle, and then you're going to tweet exactly that. Is that okay? Does that sound like a good plan? Okay, so you have an opportunity to say your closing remarks in a fashion that will be a tweet. So say your Twitter handle, and then your closing remarks. Colleagues here are happy to tweet that. So Faiza.
My Twitter handle is phrase with 3 underscores. Phrase with 3 underscores. My closing remarks is basically in light with mentorship, and this goes specifically to the youths. Mentorship is not a class, mentorship is not school. Your mentor has 8 to 5 work. They have the same 24 hours that you have. Go the extra mile, do the extra work. Go beyond what your mentor facilitates you. You can have a meeting with your mentor for 1 hour in a month. However, that 1 hour will be very impactful and will change your life.
Faiza, that required verified accounts to tweet all that, eh? But over to you, Habiba.
My handle is Hahiban, the reverse of my name, Hahiban. And mine is choosing excellence as your brand. When excellence becomes your brand, you're excellent at everything.
Powerful. Diana.
My X handle is Diana Mothike. The DP is chess. I love chess. So I would like to address the youths. Life is a motion, and you always have to choose a direction, and it's two. Either self-actualize or self-destroy. There's no middle ground. Yes.
Awesome. So that's it. My handle is @AndereKE. But before we leave, I promise that we're going to do the last thing. So I stand up because growing up, I wanted to be a pastor. So again, I want to ask you to stand up with me, please. And as we stand up, how many have had an experience with a mosquito? A mosquito. Anybody has been bitten by a mosquito? Been in a room that there's been this one annoying mosquito that is all over your face? So we want to thank this amazing group of Gen Z panelists by doing a mosquito club, right? So the mosquito club is, there's one annoying mosquito here, and we must find it. It's running around, so we go grab it. What do we do once we've grabbed a mosquito? We snap it, right? And then it doesn't need to stay in our hands, right? So we are gonna drop it. And to make sure it's dead, what do? Step on it, okay? Are we together? So mosquito, mosquito, zzz, mosquito, mosquito. Some people are just waiting for the mosquito to bite them. So mosquito, mosquito, grab it, keep it, throw it on the floor, and then stop it. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have the ladies and gentlemen on the floor.
Round of applause for this panel. Thank you very much. We want to give a shout out to all our online delegates who've logged in from as far as Ghana, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Senegal, South Sudan, Tanzania, Burundi, and Malawi. Thank you all for logging in. Our next session is a presentation by M. Zawadi, Loyalty Group. So I'll invite Naphtal to come up. Round of applause for him as well. Did you all enjoy his presentation yesterday, for those who are here? How many enjoyed it? Yeah, it was a good one. So karibu Naphtal.
Yes, yesterday we basically dived into what ecosystem collaboration was. And this was what I based on the book I dare most. I think someone asked me yesterday that I need to come with a book. It's here. It's not on sale. It's only on order. So it's not on the bookshelves. Some of you have read it. I've told me I've read it because it's been presented in a number of universities as a strategy to be studied in the MBA class. So I just go directly to what this means. And for this conference, when I was invited here, I think one of the things that they wanted to know is the use case of some of the startups and the startups that are founded a few years ago, and how we have been able to use the internet effectively to create ecosystem of products that have surpassed the national level to global level. And that should be a use case, because that is basically why we are here, trying to see how penetration of the domains can be at the service level, at the application level, so that the physical level or layer of infrastructure we are discussing about here becomes the critical aspect of what we're doing. And I'm going to start by elaborating this specifically, what this means. And I start with what I meant by this strategy. Originally, we studied the strategies, we have studied the Porter's laws, we have studied about Drucker, we studied a number of business concepts in school. And we have a lot of strategies there. We evolved into what I call the Blue Ocean strategy, which I feel is the most up-market, kind of most recent strategy that we should be discussing. Blue Ocean strategy meant that companies should not be fighting in the red oceans, but should be able to create their own oceans. We call the blue oceans, meaning differentiation becomes the key. As we collaborate, that differentiation becomes the key. But to sustain the blue ocean strategy, meaning you're already at the blue ocean strategy, it means you have to create collaborations as the new innovation. So the book discusses this, as I quote Darwin there. that humankind, as those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively, have prevailed. That is the concept of sustainability in terms of strategy. And that is what the book discusses. And I base it, of course, on the spider, as I elaborated yesterday. So I'm going to say how we started. As a startup 8 years now, what we did is try to create what I discussed yesterday about Google. How do you create ecosystems that are able to feed into each other and create use collaborations as a method of sustaining it? And most people will agree here, startups in Kenya, for example, in Africa, sustaining themselves without external funding is not very easy. Simply because technologies in this country, in terms of uptake, in terms of sustainability, so much depend on funding. But I thought at that time that I don't need to get funding. If I can create collaborations and ecosystems, then the ecosystems will sustain the startup. That is the concept of collaboration. And that was based on the book which Biden had researched and studied. And then he decided to create this kind of collaboration. I won't tell you how the collaborations have worked to the extent that it's a case for a lot of startups in Kenya in terms of how they are able to use these collaborations to achieve a lot of things. The first thing we did was to create loyalty programs. This is why, when I was studying researching on spiders, I came across one type of spider. There are about 400 species of spiders, those who don't know. So I came across one type of spider, which is called black widow. Black widow spider, the female is usually bigger than the male in terms of size. During mating, if a male spider wants to mate with a female spider, the male spider has to come with a gift to the female spider. And if the female spider is not impressed with this gift, usually the female kills the male. So they doesn't get to mate. The gift has to be big in size and has to be attractive. So the female has to look for that. So males have to go collect any type of gift they can feel it will impress the female, for the female to allow the male to mate. Then the research was like, why does the female kill the male if it's not impressed with the gift, and why does it require the gift? The female research shows that the female thinks that the offsprings have to be generous, and the offsprings which are coming, the male is giving the female, have to be offsprings which are female, which are generous, and have ability to choose the right, make the right decisions. Those are two key things for any female black widow. So they feel like if the male is coming and doesn't have those traits, it means it's not the right male to mate. In a cooperation perspective, this is very important. Why? Because corporations have to find approaches and methods of ensuring they create incentives that can be able to change the behaviors of their customers, because customers are the people who keep their corporation live. Regardless of any type of business, you are providing internet service, providing anything, you don't take advantage. If these guys are giving you business, you need to do what? Incentivize them, appreciate them, use change behaviors to do that. And that is why when they first founded the loyalty program, we trained and said the loyalty programs, the perspective of retail loyalty programs is changing, that we need to transform them and make them behavior change tools, so that we transform loyalty programs from transactional loyalty programs to behavioral loyalty programs, so that institutions of service industry, manufacturing, institutions that want to change how the behaviors of their customers online can be able to transform themselves, so that they can be able, if I come to your social media, I like your post as an organization. Don't take that one as a simple thing, isn't it? Because I've come and engaged with you in your online platform. So what that meant is that we said we need to transform it. The future of loyalty programs is not transactional. The future of loyalty programs is omni-channel, where every channel that your customers are engaging, you need to create incentives and things that will make them believe that you appreciate them. And that transformed. We were able to take loyalty programs to institutions which ordinarily had not these loyalty programs. Banks, circles, manufacturing, guys who ordinarily thought that loyalty program is for transactions in retail and supermarkets. That is the focus that we did, and we have been able to transform that sector, and you've seen the industry changing in terms of how they create incentive programs. Then we went to the next level. We said, how do we create an ecosystem of loyalty programs to transform how institutions think about incentives. Those time, it was like, I give you some points, go redeem in my supermarket. I give you things and do all those kind of incentives. Create different currencies, credits, diamonds, sapphires for luxury brands, create all those kind of things. We said, let us use the spider wave and create an infrastructure that will traverse here. We went into creating what we call an eZawadi. Some of you who have been in mZawadi mini app have seen something like this in the mini app. But this is not what the whole concept was. It was like, what if today an organization gives vouchers for a supermarket? Let me give an example, Naivas or Carrefour. And they tell you, you know what? As an employee, tumekupatia voucher, go to Naivas and shop. Who tells you my need at that time is shopping? My need might be taking my wife to dinner, isn't it? My need might be going to a medical issue, isn't it? That's my need. Because experience and emotional connection to brands and employees is taking care of their need at that point. That is the whole concept. It's not telling you, you have to go and buy this. That's the whole concept. So we got an opportunity, we transformed this. So what we did is create an e-voucher system. Then we partnered with Safaricom and we said we create interconnectivity. That's what we call collaboration. We create interconnectivity and make e-vouchers be redeemed at any Safaricom outlet, at any Safaricom till or pay bill across the country. That's what we did. We made an e-voucher universal. If my need is buying my son a book, it's my need at that time, let me use my incentive to buy a book at that time. If my need is medical, I can go to an hospital and do it. That was the concept. So we transformed that. And then we said, oh, this is easy. Why can't we go global? Then we partnered with a bank and Visa and we said, we can transform incentives and have a global card called eZawadi Global Card. Organizations, staff, people, businesses can give this card to their staff for free. And then when they create incentives, whether in terms of points, credits, or anything, I can go to Starbucks and redeem my points in Starbucks, just from here, Kenya, for a small organization. That was the transformation of collaboration, because it meant that we're creating a global network to ensure that organizations don't just be limited by boundaries. I'm showing this how collaborations is tremendous, that as small organizations can reach everywhere globally by collaboration. That's the case studies I'm giving here. Then we went and transformed and said, one of the conferences I used to speak and say that the technology, the future of marketing is transforming, is changing. And I said, organizations keep spending money on marketing, doing billboards, doing advertising. The cost of marketing, the budget for every company in terms of marketing is coming higher and higher every year, isn't it? The cost of the media is very high. So how do you do this? You need to change how marketing needs to transform. So yesterday I was talking about, I think some speakers spoke here, about predictive analysis, recommendation engine. Ukienda online, you click something, Google starts bringing you adverts on those things you like, isn't it? You have seen those things happening online. Because they're using the recommendation engine, it's able to do predictive analysis, it's able to know exactly the kind of profile you are. Facebook checks your inboxes, it's able to see what type of things you chat, and it's able to bring me recommendations of the things. Those you didn't know. If you chat those funny things, see the adverts you receive on your Google. You'll know there's something you chatted that they feel like this guy in Yule were heavy. So they bring you those kind of adverts. Those things are happening online because they're able to track. Yesterday we were talking about tracking our data here. But you see, we said, why can't we bring our technology, our economy is more offline? Why can't we bring the same experience offline? And then we have a brick and mortar kind of experience. And that's when we introduce something we call, I think those ones who understand IoT, we bring IoT into marketing using beacons and said, it's possible. When I'm passing through a mall or near a mall, I'm able to know what kind of offers are in my mall, are in the mall. Or I get into Sarit today, I know Shop 145 has an offer. You get what I mean? It's proximity marketing. It means it gets me to recommend exactly what you feel, where you are, and what you're doing at that point. Doesn't spam you with things. That is the whole concept of this. We said IoT can transform marketing. It's proximity marketing. When I come next to a billboard and I see a billboard, companies can't track who saw the billboard and if there was conversion on the billboard. You can't know that. We can make billboards interactive. We can make everything interactive. And that's why when we were doing this, we came up and said, oh, God, we need to transform how companies track marketing. We need to transform how companies do marketing. BTL, ATL, all those kind of things. So we transform them. They are able to track. They are able to get ROI from what they are doing. And we introduced some of these technologies. We created an ecosystem. And recently when AI came last year, when we were trying to talk about generative marketing, we are the first company which came up with AI campaigns, something which was very exciting. We said companies can do AI campaigns. They just do a QR code, for example, if you are a phone company or a billboard or whatever that you are doing, or a TV advert or your socials, let guys go there, take a selfie of your product or a receipt of what they have bought. AI analyzes, they can analyze the age you are, that was a female, this is what they have done. It analyzes, we create specific milestones from the campaign, we make the campaign fun, they incentivize you, you don't have to be everywhere near where you are, you make campaigns fun. We reduce your cost of marketing. That is the whole concept. So what we've done this is transform also in terms of companies, how they're doing. Then one issue came. This country is more of general trade. Those ones who are in the trade understand. You understand this. We are, after the collapse of some of the major supermarkets, our modern trade shrunk. And we have a general trade we call traditional trade, the kiosks and dukas, isn't it? So you understand that. And the statistics show that at least a person visits around 20 to 25 times a kiosk in a month, because unaenda unanunua maziwa hapo ikiisha, you don't go to supermarket. And most in the rural areas is a big thing. Then we said, companies are facing huge challenges. The companies who have come as last mile connectivity, you understand, they call peers market force and those kind of things. They're doing what we call market last mile connectivity, isn't it? Those companies do last mile connectivity because they found a gap in the manufacturing industry in terms of taking products, reducing the value chain, and taking them to where? To the retail space, which is the kiosk. But that has become with a challenge, and I know you understand this history of some of those companies in the country, how they sustaining this kind of resources become difficult. And I said, okay, in 2022, in my book in 2020, I wrote that the future of marketing is B2B commerce. Because B2B commerce in 2022, it was doing $201 trillion, 5 times the B2C commerce. Meaning, the combined force of Amazon, Walmart, all those ones, they could not reach Alibaba's B2B in terms of volume. Yet, the B2C commerce becomes the in thing. But in 2019, I predicted and said, no. The future of marketing, the future of commerce is B2B. Why? Because it's going to transform how our retail space interacts. Why should I need a logistical warehouses to pick things from manufacturing to take them to the retail space? Yes, the traditional chain has always worked. What I only need to do is to automate it. Simple as that. So that is when we came up with this, and believe me, this is becoming the biggest ecosystem in this country. With no resource, no logistic, nothing. I don't need warehouses. What I've done is to tell retailers, come on, manufacturers are coming in with left and right apps. Take my app order, those kind of things. We transformed this, brought the distributors together and told them, you know what? We don't need to have all these logistical issues. The manufacturers need to see the value chain. They need to connect with the value chain. They can now plug in here. I want you to see the opportunities here. You guys we were discussing yesterday about the opportunities for domains, that you need to spur the reason why domains needs to be. These small businesses here, dukas and the kiosks, they have now an opportunity here. They're plugging it in here. An insurance firm plugs in here. A financial provider plugs in here. We create an ecosystem. Why? 200,000 shops, kiosks, and dukas are plugged into my ecosystem. And the number of manufacturers are plugged into the ecosystem. You have created interconnectivity. When you create interconnectivity, what happens? You have created an infrastructure at the application level. That's what I was talking about yesterday. When you create an infrastructure at the application level, you spur growth. What you have done is more businesses, smaller businesses find opportunities to plug into the infrastructure. Therefore, the need for them to have webs, because now they can be able to say, okay, now I can display my small product. Now I can need this. Now every other service provider plugs in there. That is the ecosystem what we created here. So it provided huge opportunities. Then, last year, we said that, okay, there was so much campaigns being done on micro savers in this country. And I remember when Central Bank and of course CMA came up with micro savings, do your 3,000, 2,000 shillings to the bonds and infrastructure bonds and all that. And there were 54 or 52 weeks of saving. You know, all those campaigns have been everywhere. And we said that there's no opportunity for this country when it comes to micro savers, micro mini savers. These are dukas, these are individuals who want to save for a purpose, simply because all our institutions have gone into lending. And if we think that we are solving our issues through lending, that's not what we are doing. Actually, if you realize the Central Bank report, you realize almost 40% of the money circulating in the economy is not in the banking sector. It's not in the banks, it's not in the circles. It is circulating in cash and M-Pesa. What does it mean to you? It means there is so much money circulating that the banks don't get to see. Are you getting what I mean? They don't get to save. There's no deposits. You saw the report last year that how many people have 500,000 savings in banks? The Central Bank report. 1.2 million people only had 500,000 shillings. 500,000 shillings saved in the banks. What does that tell you? Don't lie ourselves that our economy is a digital economy. I know we usually base it in terms of M-Pesa and everything. We are a cash economy because money moves from M-Pesa, cash. It's a cash economy. It's only that we try to position it. In fintech, what I've learned in this experience is the channels are there. We're so good in doing it. It's cash economy. But how do you tap into this cash economy? That is the whole concept. Create this kind of platform. Create this kind of platform, Haba. You'll see it, Haba Kenya. And see, we have amassed quite a number of micro savers, purpose-driven. You go there, you say, I want to save for my fridge. It creates for you a purpose. We are plugged in AI there to track your saving and tell you and advise you what you need to do. And then this one, we give a fund manager who is able to give you up to 12% daily, 12% annual daily interest, broke down to daily levels. And we have seen as part of it. It tells you something. That this ecosystem thing and focusing on the numbers is critical, is key. And this can only be spurred by introducing application level layers for a lot of our institutions so that we can be able to transform that. And after that, then one of the things I saw is realized that a lot of our innovation hubs, NILAB, I have a lot of innovation hubs in this country. And I've tracked the number of them, I've been speaking in a number of them, and I've realized, yes, we are helping incubate our young guys and young girls and boys. We incubate them, but we don't incubate them beyond getting out of that lab. The biggest challenge in this country is it's not the incubation part. You are incubated, you finish, you are let go. That's where your start of your problem starts. How do you now change? How do you transform this young man who has a fantastic idea into creating a business which is a going concern? They don't do it. It's not possible. So what these guys are trained is to look for investors. They're trained to look for VCs. They're trained to look for angel investors. It becomes a cycle. 1 year looking for venture capital, second year looking for angel. It's not easy. Are you getting what I mean? So we don't spur that way. So what we did is say, no, I'm not doing that route. We want to create an ecosystem type of innovations, create an innovation center in my place there. And we said we want to focus on 3 critical social problems: climate change, blue economy, and agri-tech. But we're not going to sell agri-tech solutions. We're not going to be talking with the farmers. We'll be the first open source technology center. Open source is to create an ecosystem approach to these things. It means we approached CALRO, you know, the research institute. They have this huge data. We approach NASA. We tell them you have satellite data. It's all over. You can even know how the plants, since you planted your crops until they matured, how they have been doing. Satellites can track that. They can be able to track the pests and diseases in those. They can see plants which are malnutrition. He said, okay, if you have that kind of data, why can't we create technologies based on AI? We consume the data and do predictive analysis about it. We help the government know the yield, the harvest likely to happen in 3-4 months coming. We can track and see, tell the pest and diseases companies, you know what, you guys, this is what is happening with these crops. You need to introduce this. We create an open source plugin so that the guys working in the agriculture sector, climate change, blue economy, plug in. So we provide an open source platform, and that is what I was mentioning about yesterday. When you create infrastructure at the application level, opportunities are limitless. And that is what we have done. And success of it, big time. Those ones will get time, will be able to check. And finally, the AI thing, and I think I was sitting with somebody here yesterday, and they was telling me, are you from the guy who did Wakili? He said, yes, I'm the one who did Wakili AI. And during Maandamano, our platform was receiving huge traffic. You know, last year when we were thinking of what kind of AI we can introduce, the first thing I thought was there's this legal space. Lawyers, a lot of my friends are lawyers, they were telling me, you know, this AI ni yenu, sisi haitatuguza, it will not disrupt our space. So it was for fun. It wasn't really for. So we decided, I said, okay, you guys, let me try to see if we can do something in your space. So come in, bring all the laws of the country from policies and everything together, train the AI on them, went to judiciary, get the law, case laws, those who understand what case laws are, bring everything together, train our AI on it. And boom, in 6 months, in December, our AI, wakili.org, you will check it out at your own time, wakili.org was out. You know what happened? The number of people who were consulting wakili.org, because it became the first public chatbot, law chatbot. You will tell it everything. It will draft for you things. You will tell it, this is my problem. I've been arrested for this. What recourse do I have? It gives you the advice, tells you the constitution, what it says, tells you what to need. Ask it. Try to go there and ask it in Kiswahili. Mtu amekula fare yangu. What should I do? And then it will advise you, kula fare in means this is the recourse you have. This is what you need to do. And you know what happened? The social transformation became real. The highest number of people who are coming into the platform to be able to chat in land cases, divorce, the highest, almost 40% of the cases we see are from divorce. These are people who narrowly could not consult a lawyer simply because they couldn't be able to afford the consultation fee. Divorce, family issues, land, social issues. Let me say, AI can be used for social impact. And that is the transformation. Then we had a lot of these issues with lawyers. You know what, you're providing a services and you're not a lawyer. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a tech person. So say, no, it's not me. You see AI. I don't charge for that. I don't. The terms and conditions are very clear. I don't provide legal services. Then after that, we said, okay, can we transform this also? We create something AI for lawyers. So that you can use it at your own organizations. We created AI for lawyers that is transformative. It can do predictive analysis. You give it your case, analyzes the past judgments from 1970s. Our judges have been giving judgments, analyzes the laws. It is able to predict how your case will go to court, how will it file. It will fall, it will fail, or it will succeed. And if it fails, it's because of A, B, C, D. These are the loopholes. We create an engine of AI that can transform how lawyers create efficiency so they can provide better services to clients. Reduce the research time. We gave 5 firms who were piloted, and they told us, I had almost 40% of my employees are research assistants. That's what they're doing. These research assistants are guys who are qualified, passed from Kenya School of Law. They should not be carrying files and going to the library to research. These are guys who should be able to get representation. These are things you are not creating, you are not creating an employment, but you are putting people in the right places. Somebody has gone to school, studied his 4 years, gone to Kenya School of Law, and the only thing he does is doing files and researching. Give this person an opportunity to do what? To create representation. Somebody was mentioning it yesterday here. Let the routine jobs be done by AI. That's the whole concept. We transformed that, and it's a big thing. And that is exactly what we have done over the ages. It shows you that with innovations, with collaboration, with the internet platform, with collaboration, you can be able to do anything. And if we can help in terms of supporting the application layer infrastructure, make it easier for startups, and some young, brilliant brains will come up and do applications, we can transform this society in terms of business, in terms of social impact, and it's very easy now to create our own content here because it will be very easy to create our Twitter here, our Instagram here, our YouTube here. We'll not be discussing about our data being elsewhere. Thank you.
No, I'm sure there are questions. Don't leave this just yet.
Good morning. My name is Evelyn, and I'm going to maybe shift you slightly from the startup and business world. My core work day to day is child online protection. And I love when you say, let AI do all the, what did you say? Let AI do all the routine jobs. So day to day, we are seeing how sophistication of harm against children is evolving, right? And I think, say late last year, beginning of this year, we are seeing AI-generated pornography that is stemmed to children. So how would you help people like myself who are in the industry to protect children from, you know, the apps that SMEs will create that children are using? And you're saying, let AI do all the... So that is one. Also how that will help law enforcers, also how that will help parents who are not as tech savvy as their children are, which is the truth. And lastly, how that will help the tech industry. Because yes, we are creating apps every day to help our lives become easy. But we are seeing people who have ill intentions, especially towards children, taking advantage of the gaps that adults don't have in terms of tech sophistication, and taking advantage of children who are using the same apps that startups are creating.
Yes, the ethical issues around AI is a big conversation around the world. EU recently created an AI law to guide the EU countries. And one thing I put out there is that you don't regulate before innovation. Let the innovation come and see the gaps and do what? Regulate them. Because otherwise you will kill innovations. It's the right way of doing it. Why? Because look at it. Internet came. The issues of pornography and cyber violence, sexual violence has been big, isn't it? But is internet not there? What we do is the ethical aspect of use of AI. What we do, for example, for us, is because we are guided with our data protection laws and everything, is to ensure that some of the things, I think you have seen a lot of good AIs, is that there's some things that you can't tell it to do. Even if you go to ChatGPT today, tell it to do some things, it will refuse to do. I think most of you have used it. That's the same aspect we have taken, just to ensure that some aspects of the society that, like now what you mentioned, that can't be misused. So the social aspect and the ethical aspect of it. But look at it, flip the coin this way. Does the use of it outweigh the negativity of it? Because the user is one thing. Like now, for example, who takes accountability for the misuse of AI? Is it the user or AI? I don't know if you're getting it. So the concept is the law is it, the user of AI has also a responsibility not to what? Not to misuse AI. So, but the AI has this ethical consideration in terms of taken care of to ensure that my AI doesn't produce something like what you're mentioning. So those are the things that we look at. But I want to give you one use case that is very important. The other day we were in Kilgoya prisons. And they called me and said, yeah, you're from Wakili, come and show us something. We have these guys, prisoners, who can't access lawyers. They don't have money. They don't know what to do. And they depend on the wardens who have been trained there to talk about the law for advice to remain a court, judgment in law. I don't know how to appeal. I don't know where to do. I don't know my next recourse. You're seeing those kind of cases. So when they said, okay, let's train your guys here how to use Wakili at wardens, so it becomes your legal assistant. But it's not a lawyer. You still need a lawyer if you need to have a lawyer, because AI cannot go to court. So we just say, we can use that. And you know what happened? In that day, we had legal aid students who had come from Kenyatta University, who had come there. They were advising, so they came, let's see. This guy went, brought the judgment from court. We uploaded it into our Wakili. And we told the Wakili, you know what? Check this judgment and see the loopholes in this judgment as per the law. Draft for us an appeal. Draft for an appeal using the format that's in Kenya because it's a Kenyan law. And I will be representing myself. took the judgment, analyzed the judgment, looked at the case laws from 1970. In 10 minutes, we had a full written appeal with all the loopholes that the judge erred. The guy represented himself in court last week. And I want to report to you that appeal was accepted, everything. That is social impact of AI.
Hello, my name is Steve from Bitrix Technologies, and I'm impressed by your product, Mzawadi, especially on the features that it is universal and the points that are given can be utilized even via Visa. And I wanted to ask, what integrations are you offering? Basically, us as you're here for KENIC, do you have integrations with cPanel, with WH and CS that if we sell domains, we can offer 2 points for Mzawadi? Do you have integrations with WordPress such that if I develop my e-commerce platform, I can just put in your plugin, and for every purchase, somebody gets their Mzawadi points? And do you have an API so that if we are building custom projects and mobile applications and systems, that you actually also, we can integrate with Mzawadi and directly connect to Mzawadi? Thank you.
Yes, I think you mentioned correctly the integration level, because we integrate to ERPs, all that. We have plugin for WordPress, for example. We have open APIs that basically you can utilize them in any platform that you're building.
Thank you very much. Another question? Any? You have a question over here. I was hoping you'd speak about how much it cost for the prisoner. Tell them the princely sum that he paid for this.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, it has dived me into the deep end. I'm really thinking. I'm happy I'm here. My question is on, I'm a parent, and I have a child who, since he was, I think 4 or 5 years, he's always wanted to be a politician. Actually, he wants to be the president of this nation. I don't know why. But then, okay, I mean, on Saturday, there's a presentation they did in school, and it was featured on one of the TV stations. Again, I saw another side of him. That is not the politician. Or was it on Sunday, when I sent him to the shop, and he brings the change, and the math was not mathing. Then I was like, what's the problem here? Now, my question is, as a parent, how am I able to rather use AI to project what this boy is going to become? And how can you use it? And how can you collaborate with the government, especially the education system, so that not every child is put in one class and they're different? Can we just have a class that we know this particular girls and boys are going to be, the probability of them becoming this is this, so they're put together, they start early, so that we change the education system, and therefore we don't waste time in, I mean, people going to school and after they graduate, they hand over the degree to the parents. It's like, now I have to go and do something else. Thank you.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer social aspects of it, but we know that AI has been able to do amazing things. In terms of if you train your models very well, predictive analysis and recommendation engines are actually able to do a lot of things. Might not have the highest accuracy levels, but they assist in a lot of things. And one of the things, I think I was in 2 universities which are collaborating, I was telling the DVCs that what you have done in these universities, that you need now to change how you train these people. I was showing them, one of it was a law school, and the head of the law school told me that you are training our kids to be lazy with Wakili because they are one of the highest users. So I told them, if you didn't know, these kids are already using AI to do their homeworks. I showed him, I showed him emails. When our Wakili was down in one day, the number of emails of guys who wrote were students who were telling me, exam unication, can it be on today? You're seeing it. I showed them the email. I told them, you see what you are trying to do is, you should be able to start thinking beyond it, because you can't control that generation. You can't control. If you still remain your professor of 65 years old and you think things are going to be like they used to be, no. What you should be thinking, it is beyond it. The kids, you no longer need to use assignment as your tool of gauging how good a student is. You should now go into practice. Let these kids be in debates. Let these be able to show the use cases. Let them develop things that are beyond the AI. Are you saying it? You develop better kids. So what happens here is that if we transform this, I want to give you, my son is in one of the schools here. And the parents were saying that the kids are spending too much money on pocket money. So the parents were complaining. They're using a lot of money. So one teacher said, the principal said, you are the one supposed to train your kid how to spend. It's not our business to train your kid how to spend. Because wanapatua card, so they only swipe. Now the schools are going to that card, a bank card. Namwekea pocket money, lakini kazi yake ni kufanya nini? Kuswipe. So I told them, no. We have a solution. Let's do this. Let's plug in a savings platform into the kid. The more you save, the more you swipe, the more money goes into your savings account. So we integrate to the bank. You swipe 100 shillings, it takes 30% from the wallet. Puts into your savings account, wallet. Wewe ukikuja nyumbani si kuna hiyo app yako ya Haba for example. So the kid will be like, the more I swipe, the more the money is going. You see, it's a saving platform. It's automated. They say, that one, we're training them discipline on how to save. That's very sweet, people to do it. But now what happens is, if we integrate AI in our usual programs, in school, in outside, and monitor the behaviors of these kids, what they have done, what they're doing, they're good in debating, the day they debated, tomorrow they did this, the other thing. This thing can be able to do now predictions of the nature of this kid, because they are so much information available, which with a very high accuracy levels of personalities, of prediction of personalities of kids or human beings and all those things. Scientists have already put that data online. It's already there. So AI can use it, predict the behaviors of these kids, and then be able to predict what type of kid you need or you will be able to have, with not 100% accuracy, but a highest level of accuracy, which is possible.
Thank you very much, Naftal. A round of applause. I'm sure you're wow. All right, we can take one more question.
Hello. Sorry for the delay. My name is Paula Kelusi from FMC Advocate. Being a lawyer, I am curious as to the encryption and access control that Wakili AI provides, because as lawyers, you really deal with a lot of sensitive data. So what are the data protection mechanisms that Wakili AI has put in place? Having gone through your AI, I'll recommend that it's a good AI. But my question is, in a normal setup as a lawyer, the Swahili is coastal fluent Swahili. In Nairobi, I can't point out anyone who uses modern Swahili. So how is it customized to ensure that the data that is inputted into it reflects us as a society, and also that our data is protected, that as a lawyer, when I input certain data about my client, it is safe and secure, it doesn't, AI hallucinations does not append someone else's requests.
Yeah, I think our lawyers are very risk averse. I think most of the conferences of lawyers first is issues of privacy and data, and which is very accurately so. What I've said is, if you create an enterprise AI, this is for law firms, it means everything has to be domesticated within the servers. We give you a dedicated server and everything that you need to ensure that your data is protected and encrypted within your level so that it's not shared. And as I mentioned to you, the kind of AI we have created our own models. That makes it easier because we have trained our models with the data that is existing in this country in terms of laws, in terms of case laws. We have done it here. So that makes it easier. The public AI you mentioned, like now the Wakili.ai, wakiliai.com, kindly write it down. Wakiliai.com is the enterprise AI for law firms. You can go check there. Wakili.org is the public one. The public one, Kiswahili, she has mentioned, yes, our AI understands Kiswahili fluently. I'm sorry, it's a coastal kind of Kiswahili, yes. It's trained for 56 languages. We have had a lot of Chinese using it in the Mandarin because they come to this country, they can't read our laws, so at least it's helping them in the interpretation of our laws to Mandarin. So we're finding those kind of use cases. What we are doing currently is training our model for our local languages. We are already halfway in Kikuyu and Kalenjin, so we want to ensure that our AI models can be able to learn at least major languages in this country so that we have somebody in the local area interacting with our Kenyan laws in their own language. Yes?
Last question. Wakili AI, has it focused on strictly the litigation system, or are there any steps taken towards dispute resolution, for instance, when it comes to negotiation of disputes or mediation and other dispute resolution methods? Has that been integrated?
Right now, the focus has been in litigation. We are currently training it for tenant dispute resolution. And one of the use cases I gave the other recent, I was in one of the workshops of the lawyers. I said, okay, we have a lot of guys in the community. I think Magara, the first former chief just launched this issue of tenant dispute resolution. We have a community in Kirinyaga, which are doing community, those land disputes and those kind of things. They are currently using our AI to be able to do that. Those wazees and the mothers. We trained them, they were trained by another NGO which is a partner, and they're using it so well in terms of doing some of the process of dispute resolution. But this is the future, small future, which we are working on. Can you imagine today, the Kenyan law in terms of total dispute resolution does not precisely say that there has to be a human who is supposed to be involved in resolving the dispute. We have contacted lawyers and they have assured us that. What does it mean? It means we can create a law, we can create a dispute resolution, I don't know how you call them, this person, who is not necessarily a lawyer, and this person becomes the AI, trained very well on the issues of emotions, in the issues of voice, in terms of temperament, in terms of sentiments. And this person, you come with him, you sign a case, you sign an agreement, me and you, that we are going to have an arbiter who can't be corrupted, who is AI. Wewe na mimi tuko na issue, tunakuja kwa huyu. We come and present our case, we present our evidence, and the AI can be able to give a resolution of it. That will transform how society cases are being solved. We don't know if it's going to be a roadblock, but it's something we're going to try and see. We have already done a bit of it. We are going to have a lawyer, has the AI, it has voice, it can listen to local language, mupresent kesi zenu, itoe judgment yake at the local level as an alternative dispute resolution way. I don't know if, I'm sure lawyers will have a problem with it, but it's something we are going to try out and see. Thank you.
Asante sana, a round of applause. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure now to invite you to a tea break. And I request that we all be back here by 11:20. So, karibuni for chai.
Was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office, you walk in and there are piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access-free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of the an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement. ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
the last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
So we can start now. eMudra Kenya Limited, welcome on stage. Round of applause. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much. This is a very scary slide to start with. It talks about alarming total of 860 million cyber attacks this year alone in Kenya in 2023. I don't know how accurate the number is, but definitely it's large. And with this thought firmly implanted in our heads, I'd like to say good morning and very happy morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chandra, and I am from eMudra Kenya Limited. This thing doesn't work. eMudra Kenya Limited, and we deal in secure digital transformations, and we are headquartered out of Bangalore in India, and we are present in multiple countries across the globe. This is our second year in Kenya. We are established here. And what do? We are into public key infrastructure, paperless office solutions, trust services, and secure online access. But for this particular event, we are going to be concentrating on our trust services because it's more domain-oriented, and we have a product called mSign, which actually deals in securing websites, domains, and and other subdomains, etc. Right? So going on, these are the things: paperless office, trust services, public infrastructure is what we deal in. Just to give you a background on eMudra, we went public last year, and we have a market cap of around $1 billion. Yeah, and we have sold around 50 million digital signatures worldwide, right? Our employee strength is around 800, more than 800, out of which 250 or more are into R&D, research and development, right? We are accredited by Communications Authority of Kenya for being a CA here. We have also powered the root CA for Communications Authority of Kenya, which actually, generates the certificates, and we are one of the distributors. We are also certified by ODPC, data protection. And just to give you a couple of numbers, as I had mentioned earlier, we have already distributed around 50 million digital signatures worldwide. And you can see the numbers. We are 19 out of the top 20 Indian companies as the major customers, right? And lots of numbers you can see. We have had the customer retention of more than 96%. What do we do? We are into two streams. One is digital trust services, and the other one is enterprise solutions. What I mean by digital trust services is that we are offering digital certificates, individual as well as for organizations, and offering SSL and TLS certificates for the domains. Okay, and when we come to enterprise solutions, we are offering paperless solutions, wherein document signing solutions where we go paperless, and of course we are offering public key infrastructure, PKI services as well. We have powered MPKI in countries like Tanzania. We have done the root CA for Kenya, and we are working on other African countries as well right now as we speak, right? What is mSign Hub? I want to be very specific here with mSign Hub. This is where we are, this is because the fraternity present here, most of us are domain registrars, right? That's the reason I would like to talk about mSign Hub, which is actually where you can resell our SSL certificates. We have a hub from which you can register the certificates there, as well as not just our certificates, but you can also register other certificates from other CAs as well. It's not just ours. So this works like a dashboard, which is a complete CLM, Certificate Lifecycle Management, right? So it's completely automated. So this is, and then it works with all browsers that are currently there. It could be Firefox or Explorer or Safari or any of the other browsers. And we are well certified. We are SOC 2, Type 2 certified, and of course ISO certified, and we are also, in terms of development, we are CMMI level 5 certified. Yeah, now this is, I don't know if you are able to see, it's clear or not. These are the kind of certificates that we are selling, that is your OV, DV and EV kind of SSL certificates that are available on our website. And here today, you can avail discounts which are 30%, 50%, or even more, depending on your the bulk orders that you're going to be placing. We are compliant with most of the, with all of the standards that are there, international standards that are there, and the signature certificates are of course trusted in Kenya. And here today we are offering, whoever is registering with us, the domain registrars, whoever is going to be registering with us, we are going to be offering a $100 credit, right? So just to give you an idea about the features that are there, that come with, the SSLs or the TLS that we are offering, we get a free SSL for 3 months once you register with us. That's a 3 months. And then, of course, yeah, that's better. And of course, when it comes to warranties for the DV, that's domain validation, organization validation, it's going to be around $500,000 and $1 million. That's going to be the warranties that are going to be there. And we are going to be providing organization pre-validation support, SSL procurement, and it's in minutes you can actually onboard these SSLs and download them. Here, what's the value add that eMudhra has with respect to the others is that you get better pricing and better margins. Especially the domain registrars, you'll definitely get a better pricing because we are here locally. and then we'll have a better pricing, and then definitely that gives you a better margins. Okay, and then you're buying from a locally licensed provider. You're not going online and buying from, somebody who you have never seen. Here we have a local office here, and you're going to be buying from us, right? So, and then we are going to give you a portal called mSign Hub, which is self-service. You can sell to even your sub-vendors and then maintain a stock there and automatically as well replenish whatever needs to be done, right? Suppose you want to buy, suppose you stock around 100 SSLs that are there. In case, some of the certificates are expiring, you can automatically replenish them, right? Because we have an inbuilt mSign Hub, which actually is a certificate lifecycle manager. And we, of course, accept M-Pesa. So it's in KES. The payments are going to be in KES. You don't have to spend in US dollars anymore. This is how the portal looks like. When you open the portal, this is how it looks like. It's very easy to use. It's very, very easy to use. It has everything, right from you can do your billing here, and integrations are available, open APIs are available. You can even put external products in our mSign Hub. Means probably you have some SSLs which do not belong to us, but you can also put them here, and you can also do a certificate lifecycle management using our mSign Hub, and also monitor the other ones for expiry and replenishments, right? You can have multiple reports that are there, integrations are there for organizations as well as for individuals, and then you can request new certificates also online so that everything can be managed in one-stop shop here, right? So it becomes very, very easy for anyone to actually be a seller or a reseller for our products, for our SSL products. So what are the benefits of having this mSign Hub is that it has a dashboard, which is one-stop shop. You can have a 360-degree view of all your certificates, not just our certificates, but also certificates belonging to other CAs. You can place them, track them, renew them. Finances, you can set up accounts, credit, everything can be set up here, just like probably whatever you're using right now, this will be better. And you can manage your profile. You can add sub-accounts to your account as well, right? So this is how mSign Hub actually functions. It's very simple to use. The UI is very, very friendly as well. And for those of you who will be signing up today, the registrars especially, there will be a QR code which I'll be giving to you later, with which you'll get $100 credit for every registrar who will be registering with us for SSLs, right? This is a promotion that we are doing specially for this event. And this is the QR code for where we can actually, I'll be giving it to you as well, where you can actually place your register with us, and then you'll be getting a credit shortly on this. Thank you very much. It's been very short, but I've been very, very focused on what we want to achieve here, because the fraternity for the domains registrars are here, and this is a very specific forum for domains as well as for the domain registrars. And I wanted to take this opportunity to actually place our product, that is the SSL and the mSign Hub. Of course, I could have spoken about lots of other things we do, like the PKI and other things, but I think this is the right forum for me to put the mSign Hub, and then expose to all of you. So I'm sure many of you here are domain registrars, and you can take this opportunity and work together with us, and then work with a local partner who is available round the clock and available in the country for this. Yeah, I thank you all very much. Any questions, please?
Questions for eMudra? There's a question. Okay, 1 second. Pass it to the lady.
Hello, my name is Viona from Host Africa. I'd want to find out if you're integrated with WHMCS, which is the platform that most registrars use.
Exactly. Yes, we are. We are very much. And then we also have, not just that platform, we also have open APIs, which we can integrate with. And you can add our product there. You just have to go there, add our product, and the APIs are all there. Yes, we are.
Thank you.
There's another question from the gentleman there.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Steve again from Bitrix. My question is, for the organization validated certificates, do we get the full OV, or do we have to wait like the way the international sellers tell us to wait for Bain Street to verify our organization, which never comes?
See, we are locally placed here. The organization validation has to happen, right? Without validation, we can not issue any certificates. So organization validation will happen, but it will be much, much quicker.
Okay, thank you.
And you can always call us up. We are locally available.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for eMudra.
Thank you.
Next on stage, we have an organization that we work very closely with. And I want to invite Richard Musau. Please come up, introduce yourself. This is Konza. How many of you have been to Konza? Hands high up. There's an amazing development there. I'm sure Richard will tell us a bit more about it. Karibu.
It's okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard from Konza, and I think I'll be taking through what we do. There has been a lot of misconception what we are doing at Konza, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to be able to explain what we are doing at Konza. So maybe I'll just give a brief about Konza, then we'll go to, in terms of technology, now what we are doing. So who we are as an authority, first of all, we are a state corporation under the Ministry of ICT. So what the government has done has created Konza Technopolis Development Authority as the platform to be able to facilitate development of Konza. So Konza itself, the Technopolis, the project, which is one of the projects under Kenya Vision 2030, and we are developing a sustainable smart city. This is a city that is powered by technology, and to be able to do this, we are using technology to drive what we call the technology-driven business in terms of innovation. We are doing a lot of research in partnership with a number of organizations. I'll be talking about that as we proceed. And the total acreage of Konza, it's 5,000 acres. That's what we are developing, but we are developing now the city in 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So currently what we've started with is phase 1, and by the time that we are done, we are supposed to have a population of around 240,000 and also contribute 2% of the Kenyan GDP. So overview, our vision is to be a leading global technopolis and innovation hub. So we are working a lot with, in terms of tech, with innovators to be able to give them a platform. I think one of my colleagues was talking about when you have the innovators after the incubation, what next? So we are able to give our innovators, our startups, the platform that we have, which is the data center, and I'll be touching on that as we proceed. And to be able to achieve this vision of developing a sustainable smart city, we are doing the smart city together with innovation ecosystem. We cannot exist alone. So we are working with different players that we can be able to achieve this. So in support of the digital transformation agenda for the government, what we are doing, the sustainable ICT infrastructure, we've already done the data center. It's a tier 3. I'll be talking more on that. Then we are developing a number of platforms for both government and enterprise, that is the private sector. Innovative digital solution that we provide to our end clients. Then partnership, of course, through PPP. Then skilling. And this is very key in terms of how do we enable our citizen, our youth, to be able to get these skills that we are talking about. So I'll be majoring on 3 areas, which is the data center, the TUME program, and the partnership that currently we are having. So to start with the data center, it is a state of the art, and those people who have been able to come to Konza, you can be able to attest to this. We've been certified by Uptime as Tier 3. They normally certify data centers around the globe. So we are both serving government and enterprise customers. So any need in terms of hosting your application, your system, we have that platform for you, whereby we are offering different services and infrastructure as a service. So you don't need to replicate or start even thinking of building data centers, which is quite costly in terms of if you're not doing the issues of commercialization. For as an organization, you can think of using the already existing infrastructure. Software as a service solutions that we are developing together with our partners, together with our DevOps team, and platform as a service and co-location services. So we've been able to get a number of certifications, as I mentioned about the uptime. We've been certified by both design and facility. Then again, in compliance with our domestic authorities, we are compliant with CA, that is Communication Authority, also Office of Data Protection Commissioner. And in terms of lead certification, how do we conserve our environment? We have the highest level of certification, which is the platinum. So this one is where I want to dwell much on in terms of what do we need to offer, or what do we offer from the data center, and how do we partner with different kind of clienteles, whether both government, enterprise, or even our young startups and innovators, who we are keen to be able to ensure that they move from just being startups to commercializing their solutions. So in case you need any needs for hosting, we are able to provide cloud hosting. So we just give you a virtual machine, we provision for you resources, and then you are able to install any kind of application that you need. I'll skip from 1 to go to 5 now. There are other organizations whereby you've already invested in your physical infrastructures. You've already invested in your physical infrastructures, you have the servers, so it is not ideal that I tell you, you stop from on-premise and come to cloud automatically. Of course, there are issues to do with the cost and the capital that you've already invested. So if you already have invested in the servers, providing for you co-location space. So you can bring in your servers, we give you the security, we give you the connectivity. In terms of how we can be able to access, we'll be able to sort you on that. So co-location is also part of what we can be able to give you to host your applications. Then I'll go back now to number 2, which is cloud protection, that is backup. It's very imperative and very important for you to be able to have backups. But again, how do you have backups? You cannot have the same place where you have your primary or your production, then you have backup in the same place. When a disaster happens, how do you recover from that? So we are able to give you data backup service. You can back up your infrastructure, your data from on-premise to cloud. We are also offering email solutions. So if you need to host your emails, we can give you the hosting environment, or we can give you the solution by itself. We host websites. We have, I spoke about co-location. Then we have video conferencing solutions. We have a security solution. We're in partnership with a number of vendors who we partner with to be able to provide this solution. So what we intend to do is provide an end-to-end solution. The infrastructure is there, plus again, all these partners who we are bringing on board. So any security solution, whether endpoint security, whether you need the perimeter firewalls, next generation firewalls, we can be able to provide to you. Then we've been able to build a number of SaaS solutions. Been able to build a number of SaaS solutions that currently we have, and these are the ones which we are doing with our partners. Others we are doing with our innovators from different universities, different colleges, and just to name some of the few that I've been able to have in my slide, things to do with like eBoard. How do you manage your board meetings or even management meetings, whichever kind of meeting that you have? A system where you can be able to log in, have all the documentation there rather than having the physical printing of documents delivered to board members. They have to peruse. But this kind of system, you can just log in. If you have a license, you can have both hybrid and hybrid meetings, which is a physical or a virtual. Solution like health management system that we are doing in a number of counties, revenue management collection systems, and moving away from are you able to track your revenue or your expenditure? Are you able to foresee what am I supposed to collect in the next financial year? So those are some of the solutions that we have. A contact center, moving away from the normal reception, not in a bad way, but do you have analytics? How many calls came in? How many calls come in? How many were dropped? In terms of escalation, in terms of raising tickets, integration with social media, those are some of the things that we can be able to provide. Digital attendance registers, especially in most of the organization, you'll find that whenever you go for meetings, for trainings, there's a paper going round. You have to register. But when you are talking about technology, we have to move from that. Think about how can you be able to automate this kind of forms that you can be able to use. So such things, you just have to create in the system, then you just project a QR code scanner, then you scan and you're able to register. Solutions like electronic document management systems are some of the things we have. ERP solution, delivery dashboards. How do you able to track your projects? For instance, maybe you are building a data center, or maybe you're working on a project. Are you able at one instance to be able to say, this project is being handled by X or Y, these are the milestones, these are what is needed to have the project go to the next level. So it's just one dashboard to be able to give you all those kind of information. Letter trails, video conferencing. So the video conferencing is our own local solution that we've done with part of our government entities, the NC4, the likes of now Teams, Zoom, but we have to have a local solution that also in terms of recording and having the data can be stored locally available in Kenya. Then we at Konza also, we are coming up with a digital media city, whereby we are giving an opportunity for the creative arts. We can have filming, we can have a place where different people can come and do entertainment. So we are also opening up this to the country, to the citizens, so that once this is up and running, then we can be able to have these creative arts as part of our portfolio. Then I spoke about Jitume, and this is about skilling. So what we've done, we've been able to deliver a number of computers to universities, TVETs, community ICT hubs. And what we want to do with this is, we want to provide these young people in different parts of the country with machines. They can be able to take their classes online or even physical. But again, as they do that, we want to do the skilling. We've been able to work together with a number of entities, ICT Authority, Pathways, Immobilis, just to name a few, Thunderbird, to be able to equip these young men and women with the kind of technology that they can be able to get jobs online. And once now they move from skilling, now they can be able to get the jobs. So we are now moving from just working to earning. So this is something that we've done. We've already been able to do 162 Jitume labs, over 13,000 devices. These are computers that have been deployed in different parts of the country. And then we've been able to launch a number of them. So in this case, we've been able to train over 17,000 youths, just training them, then connecting them with different kind of job linkages, and so that they can start earning from wherever they are. So this is a way also of skilling them and giving them training in different types of courses. And these are just pictorials of some of the facilities we've been able to launch. And our emphasis is to have at least one Jitume hub in all the wards. We have 1450 wards in Kenya. So at least by the end of the period when we are done, we want to have 1450 Jitume hubs. So that is what I was talking about. And from the 1450, we're also doing 47 Center of Excellence, what we are calling COEs. So the Center of Excellence, once we equip them with the computers, what we want to do is like an extension of the government services. So interior, maybe from where I come from, the eastern part of it, you don't need to come all the way to Nairobi. If you want any government service, you can just walk into the Jitume hubs and be able to get some of the government services. That can also be created and transformed into a BPO. Training still will be done from those areas. Creative economy, e-commerce can be done from those kind of innovation and incubation hubs. And lastly, I want to talk about how we partner, and I spoke about some of the partners that we've done on Jitume. But again, from Konza, as I mentioned, that it's 5,000 acres. So what are we doing with that land? We are listening to different investors to come and put up their different infrastructure. So what we've done, we've demarcated the area into different, we call them bands. So the first one is the technology band. So we have all the tech companies in one area. We have a commercial band. The office space to let. Then we have education band, all the universities, primary schools, colleges. I'm sure you know about the Open University of Kenya. It's at Konza. Currently, we have students who are taking their classes. We have the Kenyan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which is a graduate only, specializing in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and maths. So we are opening that space for different investors. Then in partnerships, as I mentioned, with the Jitume training programs, I mentioned about pathways and the rest. Then there's a very important thing in terms of the software vendors. So since we have the infrastructure at Konza, what we want to do again is to be able to bring other partners on board to provide different solutions. So we have a number of partnerships. What we can have as MSSP, that is the security providers, technology providers, innovation and R&D. How do we get a problem and get a solution? So we innovate, research, and come up with a solution. Then in terms of our startups, we are giving them, and currently we are supporting several in our data center, whereby we are giving them a platform, hosting them for free for a certain period of time, just to give them the platform. Yes, they have the solutions, but they have this platform that these solutions can be out there available to different people so that they can be able to commercialize. So we are supporting a number of them, and we've seen them move from just startups or innovators to SMEs so that they can be able to commercialize their products. And then, as I mentioned, from the authority for my space, now we have turning the BPOs. We are doing the smart city, the intelligent transport system, e-waste management, and number of activities that are geared at using technology to be able to make the city a world-class, safe, and a smart place to live, whereby it is live, work, and play. So basically, what we do is connecting Kenya to the rest of the world, and we are doing this by driving innovation. That will be my brief presentation. Maybe I can take any questions or any areas where you think we can be able to partner. Feel free to get in touch with us. Thank you.
Questions for Konza? Karibu. Bwana CEO.
Thank you. Not a question, sir. A few years ago, our late President Mwai Kibaki did the groundbreaking for Konza. I was much younger then than I look, and I was present. There was nothing in the 5,000 acres that has just been presented. More recently, through our partnership with Konza, my team and I have been there. I think I've been there twice, and we've been there. Seeing is believing, ladies and gentlemen. As you go to Mombasa or Machakos, I urge you to just drop in there, because we are skeptical as Kenyans, and maybe trust imeshuka kidogo. The horizontal infrastructure they've put in is world-class. We don't have a smart city in Kenya. I can assure you, Konza is going to be a first smart city. The quality of roads, the IoT they have deployed there, even beyond the data center. So it's not a question, but it's to support our colleagues from Konza and urge the guys in this room, go see for yourself. And property is cheaper there than in Nairobi. That is where some of you young people will live. That's where some of our children will live. Tanipatia commission yangu.
Tuonane nyuma ya tena.
Thank you.
And I think just to add on what CEO has mentioned, I think most people, when they are passing through Mombasa Road, they expect to see buildings and buildings and buildings. And maybe you are seeing like 5, the ones you are seeing when you are passing there. When you are making a city, and I talked about a master planned city, it is very important to have the horizontal infrastructure, what Bonasio was talking about. So what did we do? as the government, or as the authority, as part of the government, our work is to do the horizontal infrastructure. This is laying the foundation. So these are the roads, these are the utilities. So the problem currently we have in our number of cities, if I may name some, maybe Nairobi, Kisumu. Today, a service provider will come, do a trench, lay a cable, natafunika. Then after 2 weeks, another service provider will come do the same. In the process, there'll be like a fiber cut. What will happen if you want to expand in terms of scalability? So what we've done at Konza, the technology that we've used, especially for the tunnel, is a tunnel technology. Quite big, 2 by 2 meters. Actually, you can just walk in through. So we have the tunnels where we lay our cables. So one is on the dry side, then we have on the wet side. So things to do with like sewer, water, piped gas, ICT conduits. So when we expand to phase 2, as I mentioned, we are doing in phases, phase 1, 2, and 3. Even if we get an influx of people, it is very easy. Just open some of the holes, manholes, lay additional cables. In terms of maintenance, very easy. Again, engineers, there's the openings, will just pass down. They are able to do maintenance and not digging trenches today, tomorrow. So in terms of scalability, and when you are planning a city, that is what is the most important thing to do. So that even you don't have problems to do with sewer, problems to do with water, problems to do with connectivity. So it's plug and play. So if you take a parcel of land here to put up maybe your investment, just plug and play. Water, you'll get that from there. Connectivity from there. So what else would you be looking for? So that is what we were doing, and we are done with that now, as at end of the last financial year. So now we are supposed to have different investors putting up their different investment. Phase 1, which is around 450 acres, 90% is already uptaken by different investors. So I'll encourage you, just pay us a visit, and we'll be able to see what we've been able to do.
Okay, I have this. My name is Howie. I think you talked brilliantly. I work in a village called Ambira and another village called Ngunya, and all of them add up to Gunja within the Gunja constituency. Most of the things you're talking about are about smart cities. I've not heard you coming out very clearly about smart villages. So that is one. 2, how do community networks fit? Because I run a community network, fit within the Konja scope. And then the last point, are you able, in terms of the measurements that you've given us there, are you able to justify to citizens, especially at the world level where I engage, that you're making impact? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take those 3. So in terms of the smart city, yes, I mentioned that we are developing the sustainable smart city. Of course, we have to start with somewhere at Konza. But again, we want to expand this now to the other cities. Like part of the technology that we are using, especially something, there's what we call smart poles. So currently, again, I'll use an example of the cities that we have. You'll find CCTV on one part, then digital signage in a different pole, maybe Wi-Fi, okay, if we have Wi-Fi in a different pole. But what we have to do with the smart poles is integration of one pole to carry everything. It has the solar panel for lighting, it has a CCTV camera for the footage, it has the digital signage. So once we do this, we want to replicate this to other cities or other towns outside Konza. So for instance, once we're done with that, we can start with maybe Nairobi, or even come to, if I remember your town, Ugunja, yes. Now, that is also a source of revenue. The digital signage. Different companies may want to advertise, or even you may want to run your CBO information through those digital signage. So once we are done modeling the smart city in Konza, of course we are going to replicate this to other parts of the country. And we don't want to have just one smart city in Kenya. We want to have several. The way we have other cities, Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, we want to replicate this to have several smart cities. And this will be the blueprint. When talking about the how do the community come in? I spoke about what we are doing with the Jitume hubs, whereby we are skilling and training. Up to the ward level, let me mention that currently we have 1450 wards in Kenya. So we want to ensure that we have a digital hub in each and every ward, a total of 1450. And we are equipping these hubs with computers at no cost. So we make sure, working with ICTA, there's the 100,000 kilometers of fiber that has been laid, and we're working also with Kenya Power. Now we don't have to reinvent the wheel because they already have the fiber. We just use the existing lines to ensure now connectivity even gets to those areas in Ugunja, in Makueni, in Northeastern, those areas which they don't have connectivity. And once we deploy these devices, we train, and people can start earning. And I think most of the people have been seeing this when the president or other government leadership, they are launching these Jitume hubs. You'll get stories that we've been earning 30,000, 40,000 because there are different job linkages. So for instance, as a young man can just log in after the training. They can do this task maybe on remote task or Upwork or freelance and get money. So the impact is being felt even outside the Technopolis, outside Konza Technopolis. And this is what we want to do to a number of villages, a number of towns throughout Kenya. The last question was about if maybe, sorry? Yes. Now, the impact, when I talk about, currently we've trained over 17,000 youths in Kenya and creating them with job linkages. So now they are able, those numbers, and people earning from the comfort of their homes, from the comfort of their offices. Students who are currently working, not working, but students who are currently in universities, during their free times. There's a time we've done that in ARVIS, Rift Valley Institute of Business and Technology. Now, students are able to pay even for their fees. You can imagine this transformative agenda. So the impact is being felt, and we are measuring. And we want to have, what we are doing with the digital scale in the Jitume hubs, is to have those analytics. So that when we say, this year we've been able to create maybe, for example, 100,000 jobs. Next year we are moving to. So this is a program that we are doing in the next 5 years. From when we started in 2023, for the next 5 years, by 2028, we'll have the figures and we'll be able to see what we've been able to do to drive digital transformation.
My name is Naftal. Just a quick one. There is in your presentation something you mentioned about the SaaS, the applications you are having with your partners. I wanted to understand the level of partnership with those providers. Is it from the client relationship, meaning they are hosting, you're providing them a hosting service, or it's a different type of partnership, which for me I call collaboration? That basically means you're either giving them free credits because maybe they are startups, or giving them visibility, or giving them what level of partnership are you having with those SaaS programs that you are having? Second is the digital city. You mentioned about content creation and basically that. I think it's a big discussion here. My question is, at what level is it and what type of ground are you giving them? The reason I'm asking this because a part of a team that is creating these guys who are in town on Sundays doing content. You pass through town, you're seeing a lot of young guys doing content. And we had a lot of conversations with them, and some of these people is the reason they come to town on Sundays because that's the place they'll find content. So I wanted to understand exactly what level of assistance are you giving? Will you be giving? Will you be doing in your digital film kind of? Is it a place guys are coming into film? Is it that you are giving them a place they can host their content? I want to understand the level of. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me start with the first one on the collaboration of the software vendors. So what we are doing is collaboration. So all these solutions that I'm talking about, we are either co-creating with them. So either we can get a ready product from a partner, or we co-create with them. And when it comes to co-creation, especially if you are doing research to come up with a new product. So all those products must be hosted at the data center. So we are giving them the platform to host. So of course, that's the compute resources. Then again, if it's a well-established organization or partnership, those are already out there in the market. So what we do is just commercialize them in partnership with those different partners. But if they are the startups, the innovators, First, we give them the free hosting so that they can have somewhere. You see, when you are presenting maybe a solution to someone, it must be running from somewhere. And sometimes, because these are people who are coming from universities or maybe colleges, they lack that finance. So we give them free hosting for a period of time. There are some we have given for over 1 year, 12 months. So we give them the platform and connect them with different customers. We have already government and enterprise customers already hosted from the data center. So those added value-add solutions is what we help them to commercialize. So it's both giving them the platform and able to commercialize their products. And then on the digital media city, it's still currently in design. We'll be able to start doing the construction. We are working with a number of international companies like Dubai. So what we want to do is somewhere where they can be able to host their solutions or their creative arts. So if it's like filming, what they do maybe at Givenchy, a place where they can be able to store that data. Then, with the different platforms that we'll be creating, how can that be accessible? See the way we have Netflix. If you come shoot your video, or maybe you are a musician, you sing, you record, you have it stored there, then you can be able to connect to the different platforms so that can be out there, not only locally, but also at a global level. How do people access that? Because you see some of the times they record, then maybe they sell through the CDs, or maybe they get an opportunity to go to the media. But now, once it is on the digital platforms, it becomes an easier way to be able to get the different clientele out there. So that's what we are doing. But the digital media city is something that currently is under design. I think by end of this year, we'll start doing the construction.
Thank you very much, Richard. A round of applause. If you'll keep it to 1 minute. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Simon from Excellent Wheelings. You've spoken quite a number of things, and as you all know, there's a lot of promise from the government on so many things, and especially on some of the things that you said. What are some of the programs that are currently running, not just in a number of years, months, this will be happening? What are some of the, because Konza has been there for some good years now, but what is it that, when we come into the center, for instance, you find that it's currently running? There are 2 or 3 or 5 programs that are running. The other question is about Jitume, digital hubs. Are they working like Huduma centers? So what are some of the services that are offered in the digital hubs? I'm saying that because I was involved in the pioneering of the Pasha centers that morphed into Huduma centers. So if you can clarify on that, I'll be very glad.
Let me start with the Jitume hubs. So currently what we are doing is the skilling, training them. We've not gone to the level of providing the services, but as I mentioned, once we are done with the 1450, then you can be able to access the government services from those digital hubs. So currently it is skilling and training. That's currently what we are doing. What has been achieved so far? One, I mentioned about the Open University. It is up and running, actually 2nd semester. So that is a project which is currently done. See your promise. Then, of course, I spoke largely about the data center. Since 2020, providing massive solutions to customers, both government and enterprise. That has been there. We're talking about Jitume labs that we've done. I spoke about we've done already 162. Solutions that we'll be able to provide to different customers and also government. Some of the solutions, actually, most of the solutions that the government is using, I'm not be able to mention the specific names because, of course, of the NDs and the rest, are running from the data center. We've been able to help the government in digitalization of their systems. So most of, and when the government spoke about not the Uduma, but the 222, where we can be able to access the services, they are running from cloud environment. So we're not talking about what we want to do, but also we're talking about what we've been able to do. Now, at the comfort of your phone, you can just be able to renew your license. That is a system that is hosted on cloud. So we've been able to do, and there's also what we are planning to do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The story of Konza is really cannot be told in an hour, but well done for condensing it into those few minutes. Another round of applause. Let us now welcome a team from Zoho. Welcome. Karibu. In here, a clap for him. Thank you.
Thank you. So, hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm Subramanian. I work in Zoho. So, today's my presentation is more about how do we have like digital signatures for digital first businesses in Kenya. Okay, so and it in fact resonates highly with the theme like we had for Kennick, right? So how do we bridge the digital divide? Okay, I'll even go to an extent and talk about how do we even bridge the digital gap. Okay, so my presentation is going to talk about all those things and what is the value that you get it by going with say digital signature for your businesses. And yeah, it's a short agenda, so I'll have some introduction and like we'll talk about different level of signatures, and then like and more importantly, how do we enable locally compliant digital signatures under which is compliant under the Kenya law, and then like we'll also talk about how such integrations with various applications can help you in saving time on day-to-day businesses. And just a quick intro, so about our company. So Zoho, it's been in the industry for more than 30 years, and like it has various brands. So Zoho is one among them. Like Zoho Corp is company name. Zoho is a cloud-based application where we are specializing in building business apps deployed on the cloud for businesses to use it for their day-to-day operations. And yeah, so we have been in the market for 30 years, close to 30 years. Close to 60 business apps. So we do the business in more than 150 countries, and then like we have 100 million users as of date, and it keeps growing. And then like we have 15,000 employees all around the world, and then like we have more than 2,000 implementation partners. And it all started say around, though like our company has many divisions, so Zoho, the cloud division, started around 2000-2003, where like we sense the need where we envision that world is going towards cloud. Cloud is everything because the on-premise going in nowhere. So we thought like it's where the world is going. So we started with say mail, CRM, and we saw a lot of traction. Then like we thought like we have a lot more options to offer in the cloud, so that like we offer best place for businesses to do business digitally on the cloud, so that like end of the day they get a lot of benefits and they worry about only their basic domain, not worry about the technology. So we are here to enable technology for businesses to go around, do their businesses like as they wish, and then like worry least about the technology. It all started with a mail CRM, and then like we slowly started like adding all the apps. As you know, like how aggressively we are towards the end. Okay, so by 2017, even like we started a digital signing application where I'm going to talk a lot about it, and then like it works along with all other applications. So I can proudly say our entire organization, say with more than like 15,000-18,000 employees all around the world, we only run on Zoho apps, our own apps. We never like license any softwares outside. So our entire office runs only on our apps, which means like the depth of application that we offer and the kind of application I'm going to tell how is it going to solve your day-to-day business problems. And yeah, so my theme is more about agreements, digital signature. So as you know, world always runs on agreement. Okay, so you take anything. So even you signed up for this Kennick event, right? This is an agreement. So you lease a apartment, that is a lease agreement. And then like you sign up a partner, that is a partner agreement. So world runs on agreement. Agreement is everywhere. And the main challenges are say it is scattered across all over places, so something is sent on WhatsApp, something is sent on email, something copied on the MS Teams chat, and you don't know where it is. And like even sometimes you get reminders, say, hey, complete this on time because like we are running out of schedule. So there are quite a lot of challenges in it, a lot of security and complaints. What if you have a very important document, but you casually keep it on your chat or on your desktop, which is not, you're not supposed to have it as per the complaint standards, which is very tough, right? So that is where we come into picture. We see like in what way we can help you. And today, if you look at the agreements, right? So typically this is how it is done. So a group of people and more importantly legal professionals actually draft it, and then like they send it for review. They do it 10 times. So sometimes it is like people compare 2 pages, okay? One is a normal copy, another one is a photocopy, but still like they compare. That is how the comparison or review all going these days, right? So they keep reviewing it and then like send it for other review, and then like once it is good to for signing, they say they send it to by email or WhatsApp or through other medium, and then like they wait for the signing to happen. What if something it is needed to be signed by 5 people? And even think of a case where one person is out of country or out of town. How will you do it? And this is where the problem is, okay? And especially if it is not executed electronically, think like you are going to use only FedEx or like Post to send it, it is going to be much difficult, right? You'll send it by, Post, and then like wait for the agreement to get signed. So it is going to be a lot tedious. So this is where digital execution of agreement comes into picture and saves a lot of time for your businesses. And you know, like many people still think that like they can actually take an image of their signatures, put it on a document. They can like scan a document on the phone, just put a signature, and you feel like it is legally valid. I can surely say this is absolutely not. You can even like consult the legal professions out there, which is when you are actually dragged into court for say any litigation, like then you will find out, and you might have signed a very important document, and at the end of the day, when you are dragged up to the court, you might find that no, so this is not the way you should have done it. So we should have had much better proof, much better legally accepted means of signing the document. So that is where we come into picture. Okay, so how do we solve it? And if you look at it, and even the leading researchers shows your 10% of your annual revenue or any company's revenue is lost because of poor contracting practices. So how do we solve it? So you know, like 10% is real huge money, right, for anybody. So how do we solve it? So world found out issues for execution of all these contracts legally, and then that is how all these laws were formed. Okay, so it started with say US having preferring a signing act called E-Sign Act, which was amended by President Bill Clinton around June 30th, 2000. Right, so that's what like we celebrate as E-Sign Day. So world recognized the need for regularizing all those as a E-Sign Act, and it started like with the US and slowly got into many places, and at the same time even many regions started like drafting their own laws, and most importantly Kenyan government started say Kenyan Information and Communication Act, which readily handles all the challenges for executing contracts electronically. So when you have when you have to satisfy many such legal requirements for executing contracts, right? How do you do it? Okay, how do you know that you should actually comply to all the such needs? That is where we as a technology enabler comes into picture, where we offer a solution where we handle entire contract management easily. So we leave you with all challenges. Rather, we help you with highly legally compliant solution that handles your day-to-day contract executions. For example, how do you easily upload a document? How do you easily send reminders? Okay, so in what way, what additional way authentication mechanisms you can actually employ so that you have much legal hold? and how do you actually, use various available options, okay? How do you sign it easily using, say, mobile app? So all these comes into picture, like especially to solve it, okay? So we as Zoho Sign, a digital signing platform, helps in managing all your contracts easily, okay? So you just upload the documents and put, add recipients and assign like fields to it, and like you can set a reminders, and then like you can actually have a templates in that way, like you can just prepare it once, multiple times, send it multiple times. For example, you have a documents like NDA, all you can do is just prepare it once and send it multiple times, so that like that is a huge time saver for you. Not just that, okay, so when especially world moving to next level of technology, for example, blockchain, AI, how does it can effectively help you? We find out that like how does it can effectively solve on day-to-day problems. So we make sure that whenever technology improves, we make sure that we adopt those technologies in our platform, so that like you as a consumer no need to worry too much about the underlying technology, rather use the available technology to the easiest use of contract execution. And not just that, okay, so when we say you have to do businesses cross-border, okay, how do we do it? See, when someone sends a contract, like probably like each business you can take, they'll start in one place, then like build a good businesses, and effectively what? You have to go and conquer the world, right? So how one person can actually do a cross-border transactions, and more importantly, complaint under the legal framework of each and every country. That is where we go and integrate with various identity and digital signing platforms. Okay, I would say digital signing certificate providing platforms. Say something like in Kenya, so we have partnered with Tenda, so who is accredited vendor under the Kenyan Communication Authority ECSP framework. Likewise, each region has its own set of providers with whom like we integrate with. So what it means, say you run a business, you want to do a cross-border business, say with say Singapore or Europe or like say for that matter Swiss. How do you execute contract so that it is compliant under your law as well as Singapore law or as well as the European law? That is where integration like this comes into picture. So here, say in Kenya, you can sign it with say integrations like Tenda World, and like in Singapore, like you can sign it with a government approved mechanism called SingPass. This way, the contract that you execute across the border, it's still like it can be made legally compliant. And where else such documents can be used on day-to-day life? For example, like you might wonder, so can I use it for sales? Can I use it for HR? Absolutely yes. So you have to refer to the, the list of documents which are accepted under the legal framework. For example, like I would say most of the digitally signed documents are accepted in use cases like sales, HR, like support, product management, IT. For example, sales, it could be the sales order or like a sales agreement, vendor agreement. For HR, it could be your offer letter, your like acceptance letters. It could be your company ethical policy. For like IT, it could be your asset request. And then like for legal, it could be, I would say anything under legal, you can actually sign it, because legal, NDA, then compliance documents, and then like marketing, you generate tons of documents, right? You can still like execute. So likewise, there are no end to the list of use cases for which the digital signing can be used. And you might have, most of you might have got this notice, right? So from the Kenyan Communication Authority, where it clearly says most of the critical industries need to use accredited ECSPs in some time, okay? They are going to enforce it. So this, we took it from the official Twitter or X handle of Kenyan Communication Authority. So which means going forward, whatever the document that you execute electronically has to be compliant under the local Kenyan law, which means it has to be done through one of the licensed ECSPs, okay? That is where we even provide much more features. So who are they? So this is JADA, Tenda, this is a eMudra. right? So what you have to do is you have to get certificates, the personal digital certificates through them and use it. And it is not practically possible that like everyone will go to each vendor separately and like get the certificates. It's not going to be that easy. So that is where like even we help much better, where we readily integrate with say partners like Tenda and with whom we take the pain of say doing the complex integration, and end of the day we make sure that from our signing interface you don't worry about anything, you don't go anywhere, like just choose the particular integration and starting using it. Everything else we handle it ourselves backend. So as a profession, like as a businessman, don't worry much about what are the legal aspects, what are the technology aspects. Leave it to us, we'll take care, okay? You concentrate on business, you concentrate on going global with all your offerings. We'll take care of all the pains in giving you a much better technology enabler so that end of the day, your business flourishes. And so by partnering with say, these are some of the links that you can use it, you can find out what are the documents that are accepted under the Kenyan government law, Kenyan authorities, the legal framework. And by most importantly, I'll stress the point again that going forward, any agreement that you actually digitally sign, especially in Kenya, make sure that it is compliant under the ECSB. And just to give a quick idea on how easily such signing can be done. For example, just wait a moment, it is actually, loading. So you actually upload a document and then so how you do is typically in a software, you go and enable specific integration. For example, in this case, we are enabling the Tenda integration because it is what needed in the Kenyan law, and you enable it, that's all. So once admin operations are done, then what you do is before signing, you just choose the particular integration option and then provide the mobile number associated with the particular integration, say in this case Tenda. So you get a OTP to your mobile app, and once you give consent, that's all. It is digitally signed under the Kenyan law framework, legal framework. So which is through the licensed GSB. It is as simple as that. And not just this integration, I'm saying this is how you can do anywhere in the world, okay? So we are not just restricted to Kenya, but throughout the world with all available integrations, you can actually do this way. And as I said, I always expect businesses to go global, okay? So don't restrict yourselves to local. And how do we enable it? How do we actually provide a legal framework so that end of the day, you actually complain to all the legal frameworks. So that's how we approach each regions. Whatever we region, we go and try to do the business. So we make sure that we provide all required integrations which is required under the legal framework, so that those customers get a better benefit out of it. For example, in Kenya and South Africa, we are compliant to the AES. Through the integration, say Tenda and Trust Factory. In Singapore, Saudi, we integrated with their, the resident ID card based authentication called SingPass, as well as Nafad app. And for Japan, we do the timestamping, and especially in India, we have an integration with the citizen card Aadhaar, through which people can digitally sign. And almost, if you use all of those, whatever the document you sign it using these apps is highly legally compliant. And so this is a quick case study. Anyway, I'm not going to present it fully. So case study where Vananga Soko, one of our customers, use this effectively, and this talks about how did they go about bringing down the tons of paper they actually use for loan processing to going fully digitally. This helps them to actually do the businesses by say 6-7x times. That's what this case study is all about. So it's all available on the web, or you can just visit our booth where we can talk more about it. So especially on the first day, right? So remember, Madam Secretary to the Cabinet, right? She spoke about how complex it is to actually send bunch of papers to every person to even read it and then get a consent. What if, say, this cabinet note says that we should get a consent from every person that they have read it, okay? It has to be a digital signatures. How do we do it? You don't need actually trucks of pile of vehicles or trucks carrying all the papers. All you can do is send them electronically, and your work doesn't end there. Okay, if you want to make a concern that like they've indeed received it, okay, so they indeed read it. So get a digital signature onto it, saying that I read it, I understood everything. So that way you can start to do the business digitally. So likewise, there are a lot of use cases where you can explore, and especially in cases where you transfer a lot of documents either electronically or physically, there are ways in which you can automate everything. It's going to be a time saver, literally. And just a few screenshots on how we can help you to run your businesses on day-to-day. Okay, so the moment you log into our interface, it'll give you a very simple options of, say, what are the documents that are pending for signatures on daily basis. For example, if you are a CX, CIO, CEO, then like say you will not have much time to even find out like how many documents are pending. So just log into the interface. There will be a convenient interface where like it lists all the documents that are pending for your signatures, and especially for someone to send a document for signature, right? So the interface will look something very similar, like you upload a document and then like you assign, you specify recipient. So more than you can specify more than one recipient, you can actually put an order to them, okay? Who should see first, who should do next, and even you can assign various roles. For example, one can be an approver, one can be a signer, and one can just receive the document. Likewise, you can do. And not just that, okay? So when you when you actually send the document, the most important thing is, I'm pretty sure, okay? So like email, people do forget about signing it. So how do you do it? So you send them reminders. You configure reminders, like say, send reminders 1 to 2 days. And like how do you further secure the document? Okay, so you set a OTP, okay, you send a secure mechanism called OTP, so that like the moment someone receives the link, once after they enter the OTP, they'll be even allowed to see the document. And this is more interesting, okay? So the reason being, say I send a document to a Kenyan businessman, I want them to only sign it through the integration which is accepted under the Kenyan legal framework. In that case, I make sure that I force them to sign it using only that integration, so that end of the day, I can make sure that whatever the document I receive it from the system is legally compliant. And like yeah, I'm just due to the time constraint, I'm just skipping through it, few of those things. And like on the signing interface, right? So not just signature, you can put a full name, you can put an initial, you can put a date, so that all the fields that you require or all the fields that you want them to write it can be easily got as part of the contract execution itself. And like not just that, like as an admin, you can actually log in and find out where exactly the status of those particular document. Okay, is it it's pending where? Okay, who's yet to sign it? All those detailed things you can do. And again, it's a global view where like you can find out like how is my contracting. I mean, what are the list of contracts that are pending on the whole account, okay? And you can look at typical activity on like how many documents that were sent out from my account and so on. And like this gives you a much detailed information, audit trail on how your document got executed electronically. Not just, the source, you can even find out from which IP address or using which device, and then like on what time each person has signed it. So all these will be a greater audit trail for you to prove that on over and top of this ECSP signing, right? This will be a greater audit trail for you to prove that that document was signed correctly on that time. And this gives you, options to actually dispute, like if there is any dispute comes or if there is a repudiation claims, you can show it with all the proofs to the required authority, so that like that person has indeed signed it on those particular day. And not just this, okay, so many people talked about AI, okay, so and obviously a lot of concerns were raised about it, but we take it to the meaningful way, okay, so we analyzed all the cases clearly, and we took it to the advantage. And some of the use cases, we solve it so that end of the day, it offers greater time saving for our customers. For example, you actually upload a document and it could have places where it can automatically find that, like, see, these are all, it can automatically suggest that these are all the areas where one can sign it. So instead of you have to drag and drop your signature fields, that our AI system automatically finds that these are all the areas where signatures can automatically come. So it helps you in auto placing of all the signature fields so that end of the day, the document sending process for signing is much easier. Also, when you receive, say, 100 pages of documents, you don't have time, patience to go through all those things. There will be a summary option where you just click on it. It puts a quick summary of what is this contract is all about. Likewise, we put in a lot of effort in making sure that AI technologies are rightly used to your fullest advantage, so that, end of the day, you get major benefits out of it. And our theme is always, you go and do the signing anywhere in the world. What if, see, you're on the move, you're on the car, how do you sign it? It is not that you have to log into the web always and do it. You can do it via your mobile app, you can do it via a desktop app, and so on. Likewise, we provide apps on all the platforms. And this is how industry even recognize the importance of it. We have been consistently rated as the top contributor to the signing industry by various known industry veterans like GitHub or IDC Marketplace. And it readily integrates with all major Zoho applications like CRM, books, and then invoice, forms, etc. So especially when you have a greater use cases for lead management using CRM, or signing of invoices through books, or signing of offer letters through the Recruit platform, this comes very handy. Okay, not just that, so just a closing statement, and based on the request from Kenny that we should offer something to the group who participated in it, Zoho will be happy to give complimentary licenses of our signing platform to, say, 10-15 organizations here based on the recommendation of Kenny, or even you can approach us directly or both and get it. So that what we want to offer is a technology for you to go and grab the market. Okay, so we'll be happy to act as a backend and help you to grow businesses by offering this complimentary rates. And thanks for the suggestions from Kenny and requests from, say, Andrew and Jitavu, and we'll be happy to offer it. And yeah, so offer us say, with no strings attached. Okay, so you'll get a complimentary license, so we'll honor it. Okay, so, and we want to do that to the community, and especially going with the theme, we want to bridge the gap, okay, bridge the digital divide. And any questions?
A big round of applause for Zoho. And another one for the complimentary licenses. This is much appreciated. I'm going to request that if you have a question, please queue in front of him or behind him during lunch, so we can take just one quick presentation before we step out for lunch.
Yeah. Otherwise, our booth is outside, just outside near the cafeteria area, so you can always walk in and ask questions. We'll be happy to assist.
I think we'll work with there's a criteria anyway.
So not just restricted to 15. Yeah. Even if there are more genuine requests, we'll be happy to offer it. So yeah.
Thank you.
End of the day, we want to serve the community. Okay, so how you guys do. So we wanted to be part of it, small part of it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Another round of applause Asante. As we welcome next speaker. That's Valerie Waswa. She's the founder of She Goes Digital. She'll give us a quick intro and her presentation, and then we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
I don't know if I can be given hosting. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Valerie Waswa, and I'm the co-founder of She Goes Digital. And over the next like 20 minutes or less, I'm going to be sharing with you the story behind She Goes Digital and what we are doing to bridge the gender digital gap, which is in line with the theme of KENIC of bridging the digital divide and forging partnerships. So I will start with giving a background story as to what encouraged us to start this social enterprise and what led us actually to do what we are doing. Okay, so by show of hands in the room, I would just like to know how many people here were born and raised in the rural villages. You didn't grow up in Nairobi or Kisumu or Mombasa, ulizaliwa Ushago, you grew up there, studied there. How many? Okay, so back in 2020, I was in my final year in university, and finances were tight at home, and I really needed to make an extra income so I can go and eat pizza and KFC like my classmates. And my parents only had money to pay for rent and school fees. And so I had started hearing about how you can make money online. And I was in 4th year, so I was doing my thesis and law school and everything. So I didn't have time to have a physical job. I had to be innovative about how I can make money and still prepare for my final studies. So I started hearing about making money online and all that buzz. And the screenshot you're seeing on the top left, far left, is me subscribing to an online course called Master Transcription, and I was able to learn how you can be able to make money by being a transcriber, so specifically doing legal transcription. And the screenshot you're seeing below is one of the earliest payments I was making. So, you know, it's one thing being told that you can make money online, and it's another when you actually see money in your account in international currency, on PayPal or on M-Pesa or on your bank account. It makes you actually believe that you can actually make money. And like what President Ruto was saying, you can tap the screen and make money. So that's a screenshot of me getting an email of my earliest payment. That was in 2021. I had done a gig as a data collector. So I was doing a lot of freelance. I thought I'm now going to be this millionaire making money online. In March, Mutahi Kagwe says that COVID-19 is a pandemic and everything just shuts down and people are losing their businesses and confusion. And when we are still making sense of that in September around that time, or is it June, there is lockdown, and so right? There's a screenshot of a report from the East African which says that over 1 million Kenyans were rendered jobless as COVID-19 takes a toll on businesses. And on the top right, you can see a report by Business Daily which says that women suffered the most hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. When businesses were doing badly and companies were considering retrenchment, they always thought of retrenching a woman compared to a man. And it's not hearsay, because according to the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, it says that out of the 118,000 jobs that were lost in 2020, women accounted for 69% of that percentage. And so that shows how women were disproportionately affected by the COVID-19. And so I started thinking, what can I do to help women make money online? Being a woman, being a youth, and having seen that actually you can make money online. And so that takes me to the problem statement. So when we talk about gender digital divide, it's actually not a buzzword. It's not a theory. It's a reality. Gender digital divide is a pandemic that we have, and Kenya is not an exception to that. I would like us to go through a few statistics to back this up. And what you can see, okay, I'll start with defining what the gender digital gap is. And this is basically when there is limited access by a certain gender of a country in terms of access to digital technologies and devices, in terms of using the internet, and in terms of being in the STEM space. So according to the statistics in Kenya, the gender digital divide tilts towards women being disproportionately included in the digital world. according to a report by the World Bank, it says that 70.48% of the general population lives in rural communities. By the way, for context, I was born and raised in Kakamega County, and that is the place where our key operations are. We are focusing in rural communities. And so, according to this report, 70.48% of Kenya's total population live in rural communities. And even further, according to a report by the Kenya Census Report in 2019, it says that 13.7% of the total population in rural communities have access to the internet. So that means more than half of Kenya's population do not have internet access. And then when we go down even to the women, according to a report by the Gender Gap Report in 2023, it says that 39% of Kenyan women have access to the internet compared to 59% of men. And even further, a study titled Kenya's Digital Economy, A People's Perspective, it says that 35% of Kenyan women use advanced digital devices compared to 54% of men. So looking at this data, it is actually a reality that women are not using the internet enough in Kenya. And so all these based on and the background of being able to make money online in COVID-19, this led to the birth of She Goes Digital. So what is She Goes Digital and what is this about? So She Goes Digital is a social enterprise that is meant to bridge the gender digital gap through three folds. So that is through skilling, creating access, and then mentorship. So our vision is to ensure that every woman out there in Kenya is able to use devices and not just using it like for entertainment, but actually using it to improve their lives, to improve their economy, to improve their finances, and eventually improving their livelihoods and that of their families. That is what we are all about. And our vision and mission is that we want to ensure that eventually, maybe in 5 years, if I'm not being overambitious, we cannot have this same conversation when Kenny hosts this forum, maybe 5 years later. We need to be saying that both women and men are equally involved and included in the internet space. So what are our key interventions? As you can see there, those are our own photos, so we own copyright to them. The first intervention is digital skills training. So as I said, we focus our initiatives in the rural communities, and the reality of the truth of the matter is, uko mashinani, people don't know how to use computers, even how to open a computer. So what we focus on is the basics. How do you operate a computer? How do you create an email? How do you use internet? So most of our project trainings right now are centered around basic computer literacy, basic digital marketing and e-commerce, graphic design, and virtual assistants. We also have a small community hub. We hope that, okay, we'll talk more about that in the slides to come, but for now, that is what we have, that is what is working. And basically, it's a hub where women can come and use their computers, they can come and use internet to apply for jobs, for those who are working online as freelancers, and they're also able to access cyber services like printing, typing, photocopying. And what is unique and special about She Goes Digital is we believe that learning does not end at them getting that certificate. So we offer continuous mentorship to these women. So, and we are all about being practical and realistic. In the community, internet affordability is a huge problem. And so our membership community is built on the WhatsApp. So we have a WhatsApp community of around 238 women. And so we share opportunities, there are job opportunities, funding opportunities for those who have businesses. And we usually have discussions, like on Monday we share job opportunities, on Tuesday we talk about tech tips, on Wednesday we talk about issues affecting women, on Saturday is Market Saturdays, they get to plan their businesses on their WhatsApp channels, and on Sunday they get to share their goals. So it's a very vibrant community, and we also have networking opportunities and events for them to ensure that they can convert the skills that they have learned actually to income. I would like to share some of the testimonials that we've had from some of the women that we've been able to impact since 2022. And there's a lady called Eva Katoro who runs a business that sells clothes and shoes. And she told us that ever since she learned basic computer skills and how to promote her business on WhatsApp and Facebook, she didn't see the need of having a physical shop. So she closed her physical shop and was able to save 6,000 of rent in a month. We also have Sylvia Orege, just a minute, I don't know why it's not showing the full screen. Okay, so there's Sylvia Orege who says that the skills that she got was able to help her get a job as a local cyber cafe assistant. There's also Ruth Cherop who says that the skills she got helps her to become an enumerator with the IEBC in 2022. There's Dana Mukabane who is a hairstylist and a nail parlor technician, and she said that from the time she created her Facebook page, within 24 hours, she was able to be booked by 6 clients on Facebook. 4 for dreadlocks and 2 for manicure. While this may look like a small impact, I can assure you that this, there are so many lives that we have touched, more than 200 women that we have directly impacted through our training programs, and we believe that we can even be able to do more with more collaborations. I would like to share about some of the current projects that we are currently doing, and there's a project there that is called Biashara Digitali, which is essentially a Swahili word for digital businesses. And this is a project we are doing in partnership with Huawei and ITU. And basically the project seeks to equip 50 women SME owners with digital marketing skills that can help them to leverage their businesses online. I would also like to talk about future projects that are in the pipeline. One of them is we want to have a modern digital hub. For all of you who are in Nairobi, you know of all those fancy tech hubs, innovation hubs in Nairobi, you know, Kofisi, iHub, all of that. We want to take it to Komashinani, we want to take it to Kakamega, we want to take it to Busia, to Marsabit, to Wajir, and all of that. And the goal is that we want it to be an all-inclusive place where there's training happening here. Those who are working online have a quiet place to do so, and it will be women-focused. Like majority of the women we train usually come with their kids during the training. So thinking about just feminist approach to this tech hubs, in the sense that there's a kids area where the women who have young kids can be able to leave their kids and be able to work online and all of that. And we are planning for it to be a hub, the first one to be in Kakamega, and to have a capacity of a minimum of 300 people. We also want to expand our training programs and projects in 3 counties in the next 3 years, and we want to launch 20 new training cohorts and introduce 5 specialized training. So as I said, our basic, for now we are focusing on the basic digital skills. We want to get into DevOps, cloud computing, coding, robotics, AI, prompting, and all that. And also we want to expand our membership networks to at least 1,000 members in the next 2 years, so that we can have more women benefiting from the resources and opportunities that we share. And finally, we want to expand our partnerships to have more long-term partnerships, strategic partnerships that can help us be able to achieve this big vision that we have of ensuring that every woman is connected. We want to connect the unconnected women in rural communities. So that is our team. There is myself, Linz Baraka, who is the Chief Technical Officer, and Rebecca Wanyama, who is the Director of Operations. At this point, this is where you come in, and I would like to give a call to action. As a young person, as a woman, who has a big vision to connect the unconnected, you can just imagine the numbers that you're talking about of women who are unconnected. This is a the county majorly. So this is a call to action to anyone in this room who feels like what you're doing aligns with the vision, mission of what you're doing, whether it is CSR initiatives, if you're a company, or the software products and services that you have, can help us reach out to more women. Because if we tap into these women, they are going to be your clients, they're going to be your customers, they are going to be the consumers of whatever you're creating. So I would just like to encourage all of us to check out what we do. You can find out more about She Goes Digital on our website, www.shegosdigitalke.org. And you can just search us She Goes Digital everywhere on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and we can be able to connect. Okay, I think that's all. Asante.
We can take a question for Valerie. 3 questions, that's it. Okay, you go.
Actually, I don't think mine is a question. I just want to applaud you for what you're doing. I want to applaud that what you're doing is also happening in Mashinani. You're not bringing your efforts in Nairobi, and I think that is the spirit of devolution. I also want to applaud you for thinking about uplifting and connecting women. Why? When you uplift a woman, you uplift society. So I really, really want to applaud you on that. Your call to action has caught my attention, so yes, I will extend myself to you in terms of just protecting children and women in the space that you are, and see how you can expand to other counties. And I think what you're doing in terms of gender, think about it also in terms of generation. So don't just bridge the gender gap, bridge the generational digital gap. Because if you just think about TikTok alone, not because I work for TikTok, but think about your mother who is not on TikTok, but through WhatsApp, she accesses a TikTok video. So what you're doing is really, really huge. I don't have a question, but I'm applauding you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks, Valerie. And probably mine will follow along what Evelyn is saying. So yesterday we were saying it is good to be a mosquito. Probably this is what you are. It's never small, and probably you might start small, but if you know this, what a mosquito is, just one mosquito in the room can ensure you don't sleep, as small as it is. And starting in Kakamega really is inspiring, and the spirit of devolution, as Evelyn says. I wonder who is standing up for the boy child at this rate. Just a question mark, maybe you have a comment there. And I also noticed that you are proudly.org, which sends a few coins my way, the other side. But I'll also encourage you to have a .ke version. I'm not sure if your name is available under .ke, maybe. And then I can ask a few coins from the evangelist for that comment I've made. But I'm also keen on what we could explore, probably as I can, on the partnership side. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, mine is matchmaking, because I'm saying that what you mentioned, I'm not sure how you've thought about. I saw the presentation previously from Konza. They're doing the Jitume 11-something-40 digital hubs in the different constituencies. What you're doing has not really different from what they're doing. The objective might be different from them, but if you look at the goal, it's the same, except you're focusing on a specific agenda. I don't know how you see the collaboration between you and their digital villages or digital hubs in those constituencies, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel in places where they have presence, so that you can end up achieving what you are doing within their hubs. I'm only doing matchmaking. I don't know if it works, but maybe you could comment about it.
No, let me just come in, because I think you have an opportunity to set up a community network, which is a women-led community network which concentrate on gender issues. I think Bob is here, Barak is here, talk to them so that we can see, even Kakamega, we can have a community network. I think that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much, Valerie. I think you've done an excellent presentation and you've got an excellent feedback. Asante sana. A round of applause. Thank you very much. So at this point, we're going to break for lunch. I only have one request. Please turn to your neighbor and tell them I will be back on time. So we need to be seated by 2:05. We're expecting a dignitary to join us, so it would be good that we also respect their time. So let's be seated by 2:05. So that gives us about an hour to enjoy our lunch and be back. It will be served at the same place. That's on 8th floor, I believe. And vouchers will be issued as you exit. So enjoy your lunch, and let's meet in the afternoon. And remember your promise. You'll be back on time. Thank you.
It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, there's this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access-free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it, and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it, and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement. ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms-up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signals.
Our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement. ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps and, along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. Office, you walk in and there are piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it, and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms-up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year information communication technology digital master plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
The Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi, with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement. ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access-free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement. ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
Kennick Summit and Awards. Talking to the theme around bridging the digital divide and unleashing the power of partnerships. When I received this, the invite to speak here today, as well as looking at what was put as the theme, I wasn't sure from an Amazon perspective what to talk to. So I'll try and wing it a little bit, and by the time I'm done, maybe give. Our mission at Amazon is to be the Earth's most customer-centric organization. And when you look at that, we do not talk to or mention computing, retail. You know Amazon for very many things. Having been the people who started online retail, we are now in what's it called, retail shops. We are in pharmacy, healthcare, and most recently, one of our latest additions is, for those who did not know or think about Starlink, we have our own project Kuiper, which should be hitting Kenya sometime 2020. I can't mention the dates, but should be seeing it closer to you. And the reason I share this is that everything that we do is consistent with our mission to put the customer first. So, connecting that back to the theme of today. So why are we bridging the digital divide? Are we bridging the digital divide because it's fun? Tech is fun? Right now we are talking about Gen AI, and the gentleman from wakili.org had a very good session when he talked about what they're doing with that platform. Gen AI is hot now. So what was hotter before? About 6 months ago. What was there? Do you remember? Anyone remember? Something, there was another AI, right? Who remembers Metaverse? So what did we build on Metaverse? It was cool, right? But the key thing around all of these things, and when you don't focus on the customer, you end up really getting onto a train that is a technology fad. So you're always chasing the next high in terms of what's that technology. And that's why our mission, and what I'll keep talking to, is consistency in terms of how do we ensure we focus on our customers. The team that I represent from Amazon Web Services, basically we are in the cloud computing space and have been the leaders in that space for the last 13 years. Do not worry, that is the last sales slide you'll actually see from me today. I'm not here to sell to you today. I'm here to sell to you a different mindset. And why this slide is important is actually in collaboration and thanks to the people in the room, because what is cloud computing? It's basically accessing computing services over the internet. And who are those people who make the internet available? It's really the people in the room. So for our customers to actually be able to enjoy the services that we give, we have to ensure that we are consistently working and collaborating with yourselves. So, the digital divide, and why does this thing keep essentially growing? So it's because we are seeing a rapid change across the world, and there is continuous change being driven by things like consumer expectation, disruptive technologies. All of these things are happening, and the digital divide keeps getting wider. The lady from She Goes Tech spoke about it. A lot of people do not have access to technology, right? So those are some of the things that are making this digital divide continue to grow. So today, I'm going to talk to you about culture of innovation and really trying to think through how do we bridge that gap. And it's really going to be through innovation and the mindset around thinking about always being organized correctly, using the right tools and capabilities, and holding ourselves accountable. And most importantly, celebrating our people and ensuring we give them the right set of tools to do what they need to do. Hope we are together, right? Now, our CEO, Jeff Bezos, is famous for writing letters to our shareholders. And this is an extract from one of his letters around 2016. And I will focus on where it's highlighted. So he says, customers are always beautifully and wonderfully dissatisfied. Is that true? Is that true? Or we're always happy? Customers are always delighted. Rarely do we give 5 stars, right? And the reason when you start to thinking about our customers are always beautifully dissatisfied, you start to think about how do I innovate? If it's bridging that gap, how do I innovate? How do I help them to catch up with the rest? So when you have that type of mindset, you'll always be thinking and putting your customer at the forefront. So how we innovate and drive for innovation at Amazon, we have 4 pillars. And those 4 pillars are culture, and you've heard that culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? We then focus on architecture, we have mechanisms, and then we have the organization. Typically this session, I deliver it for about 2 hours. I've been told I have 20 minutes. 5 are gone. I'll try and see if I can deliver this and don't miss out on anything from the same. From an organization perspective, we believe in 16 leadership principles. And unless you know a better one, please let us know and we will adapt. When I joined the organization, there were 14, but now there are 16. And I'll call out a couple of them. Number 1 is bias for action. Now, the MBA speakers will talk about business is done at the speed of thought, right? So if we do not have a bias for action, it will mean that you are sitting in an opportunity you're in a position to miss out on opportunities. Now, it is said that you have 2 types of decisions you will make from the time you woke up to the time you go to bed. You'll have a 1-door decision or a 2-way door decision. A 2-way decision is basically a decision, the moment I make it, retracting from that decision or direction is very easy. There is minimal impact when it comes to business reputation and or cost. So with that, it's very quick and easy to do. And for our businesses and anything that we do, it is important to empower our people to know what are those types of decisions they can quickly make rather than waiting for the leadership team to tell them make the decision. Your 1-way door decision on that is, when I walk through that door, coming back is not very easy. So I need to make sure that I have the right level of information to make it. So when I said that those are the 2 types of decisions that you have, that's typically right. Huh? So are we okay with 70% of the information? Something to think about. The other one that I'll talk to is customer obsession, which is what I talk to that really embodies what we think about and every solution that we build. Who remembers the Kindle when it first started? Who saw it? Amazon Kindle. Or we're in Gen Z territory, no one has seen that. Eh? So the first Kindle device actually had no touch, had a scroller for a button, but it did one thing. When we released that particular product, the idea was an avid reader should be able to download a book in 10 seconds anywhere in the world. So we knew we did not need to have a fancy-looking device that has touch, nicely to touch. Actually, if I had the picture, I would show you. But we knew that if we put the customer in mind and we are building for a durable need, the customers would stick to us. And the customers and the avid readers have stuck with Kindle till now. And I'm sure some of your kids use the Fire devices that have been part of that. Okay, sorry. The other thing around our culture of being customer obsessed is we always work backwards. And we have mechanisms that we use in terms of helping us work backwards. Number 1, we do what are called PR FAQs, press release and FAQs, before we write a single line of code or start development on any product. We normally ask ourselves, what would be the newspaper article or news headline on Nation on that day when we release that product? What will we say? Will we say Gen AI customer service, or will we say we are solving a certain problem, right? So we start by thinking around what's going to be the press release on that particular day. And then we work backwards to something else. We ask ourselves, if we release this product, what will a regular user ask about the product? You know, when you buy medicine, there's always that slip inside there that normally tells you the benefits and what all of those things, right? So we write that before we start building any product. And those questions that then come up that we answer as frequently asked questions are then the features for whatever product that we put in. And we go a little bit further and we even draw visuals for what that product would actually look like. And what would an announcement or a launch of that particular product be. So that's how we think about it before we write a single line of code. And that's when I mentioned earlier on and asked the question around, what's the latest technology? What's the fad? Because if we start and focus on the technology, we will miss out on what is the need we are trying to sort out. So think about it in your organization and even the services that you provide. Do you start with the technology or do you start with the customer in mind? In terms of how we are architected in a way we think about how do we accelerate our innovation and how do we allow for fast-paced innovation? Do we allow our people to fail? Like I said earlier on, I focus in selling to public sector, and it's normally a laugh in the room when I tell them, your organizations need to allow you to fail and fail fast. Would we allow our government to fail and fail fast when it comes to delivering services? I'm sure it would be very tough on them, but it's really a culture and a mindset we need to think about. Whereas rather than trying to, when we think about our traditional way of delivering solutions is, we do project planning for a year, we then start developing for another year. By the time we are delivering the product, the need was already passed by time. So we need to be able to allow for rapid experimentation and prototyping. Key thing around low cost and being able to do iterations quickly. No need for you to essentially do a fully fledged product before you can actually be able to release it to the market. And that's where nowadays you hear the whole idea around minimum lovable product. Now, in terms of accelerating innovation and invention, if today if you do something and you know the outcome, is that an invention or innovation? Is it possible? Are you experimenting? So our CEO is famous for saying that failure and invention are inseparable twins. For any business and or product that you'll always try to do, you need to be ready to understand that the possibilities of failure are very high. And then you need to be organized in a way and a manner that allows or cushions that particular invention or experimentation. So, and that's why you'll see the space that we are in from a cloud computing perspective allows organizations to do that. And on that point is where when you come back to the theme around bridging the digital divide, cloud computing has essentially come to help in terms of helping people bring technology closer. So today for the big organizations in the US and a small startup in Nairobi, through cloud, be it from ourselves or the competitors in the market, you actually have access to the same level of technology. I would ask Naftal, to the people who have the expertise of the same, the likes of Kenya Power, to give you power. So for data centers, this guy was saying, friends don't let friends build data centers. You let us support you in terms of that particular journey. And this is what cloud helps you to do. So it removes constraints around things like standards, speed, quality. I think someone earlier on mentioned things like security and all of that. Those conversations around ethical use of AI. When we build these products, we actually try and ensure that we've covered a lot of these bases. For example, a startup today trying to build an ISO certified solution, working with us, you already start with some inherent certifications done for the same. So it helps in terms of lowering that bar for entry for any organization. Now, I said I would talk to mechanisms, culture, architecture, and then organization. And my last part about this conversation is really going to be around people. So at Amazon, we say we hire builders and we let them build. This phrase has actually been used differently when someone has said, we hire smart people for them to tell us what to do, not for us to tell them what to do, right? But what do we do in most organizations? We hire smart people and then tell them, move this paper from there to here. Don't come up with an innovative way in terms of how to do that. And we have certain principles in terms of the same. So this is a quote from the CEO, one of the leadership people at Netflix, when people told them, we cannot be as successful as you because we can't hire the brilliant people you have, or we cannot even pay them as much as you do. And what was the statement? He said, we actually got these people from you and got out of their way. So, to Kennick and the people in the room, so to bridge the digital divide, let's give people the space to innovate. Otherwise, we'll consistently continue to chase our own shadows. Oops, sorry. It's moving faster than, or it telling me to finish. Now, from an organization perspective, we have this theory of 2 pizza teams. We do not have any team in the organization that cannot be fed by 2 large pizzas. So in Kenya, for Terrific Tuesday, if a team cannot be fed by those 2 pizzas, we essentially deprecate that or divide those teams. And the reason for that is this. The more people you have in a team, the more complicated it is to have in terms of consensus or even agreeing on ideas. So you'll always be in meeting after meeting trying to find a consensus. But if you have smaller teams, you have the right level of autonomy you need to essentially to be able to move faster. So remember, what I'm speaking to is the culture of innovation. So if we need to do consensus across the entire organization for us to move, then we will essentially never move. It moves. Now, this talks to, if it was a little bit clearer, wow. So these are digital transformation. They listen to people like me who will say, don't have big teams, or you need to have this. And I know in this age, each organization has a digital transformation officer, right? We do? Do we? Do we have transformation officers? Oh, we don't. But you'll find what organizations will do, they will rename titles in organizations just to show that they're being forward-thinking or are thinking about digital transformation. Yet what that person is doing does not resonate to that. The other thing it talks about, and I was talking to the part around don't rebrand roles and processes. You need to instigate genuine outcome-focused changes. Don't rename titles for the sake of renaming them. Another one to call out is don't photocopy someone else's culture. Culture needs to be inherent in your organization, in your practices, and what it is that you do. And feel free to experiment. Otherwise, doing things, they say madness is doing the same thing over time, expecting different results. That's what that speaks to. And then the other one is overplan, overestimate the pace of change. This one is where project managers will tell you, measure 10 times, cut once, right? But we flip it on the other side and we say, be stubborn about the vision. The vision needs to be stubborn. You need to be saying, this building is going to be 30 floors in a month. But then be flexible on the execution. But if you're flexible on the vision, what will that mean? You're not going to lead much change because there's a temptation to always go for the shorter goal, whereas you're chasing the bigger goal to say, this is where you wanted to get, and then you pack the larger vision. Now, if this was clearer, this is okay, it's not very clear. It would be great if you'd see my last slide. So, this slide, though not clear, I'll give the story in terms of what's happening on this particular slide. Don't know why it's not showing the previous one. So a lot of organizations have operations manuals, standard operating procedures, right? We do. And all of them are properly, well thought through documents that tell you the do's and don'ts. These are the processes of what and how we should actually do. So if this was visible, you'd actually see the link and you can go read the entire document online. But this was actually, when you read on the side, on the white side, you'll actually see these are the typical things you have in your organization. This is the process of getting a decision done. This is how we organize for meetings. This is how we do conferences, well thought through. This document was actually a document that was generated by a guy called David Williamson, who was actually a CIA agent. And the document was actually about how to sabotage organizations. And it said, if we keep people in continuous meetings, we will never achieve anything. So it's actually a very interesting story about this particular book, released in about 1944 as a classified document by the CIA. And when you read it, it's very consistent with a lot of the practices we have in organizations today. And lastly, I'll leave with a very interesting quote, at least to me. Do you think communication is a key thing in organizations? We are told that. Communicate, communicate, communicate. How many people believe that? Show of hands. There's some energy. There was lunch. Communication is a good thing, right? On the contrary, communication is actually the sign of a dysfunctional organization. Because if we are working well together as a team, there are synergies that have been built within the organization. I do not need to keep telling you what I'm doing. But if we are over-communicating, it basically means we are a dysfunctional organization, right? So let's not keep people in meetings or copying people. You know where we keep doing CCs? Cover your whatever. Yes. So that's what I wanted to share with you, just as thoughts around when we think about bridging the digital divide and unleashing the power of partnerships. The culture and the mindset in terms of what we do, what we take up in terms of dealing with this challenge is going to be critical. We could have all the tools and the technology, but if the culture and the mindset is wrong, we will be singing this conversation for quite a while. So thank you very much. That was my short story. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time and space for a question or two, if somebody has.
It was after lunch. There are no questions.
There's one question there.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Steve from Bitrix Technologies. And I was wondering, because we keep hearing, so I'm going to ask you an Amazon question for AWS.
Go for it.
Because we keep hearing you're coming to Nairobi. How soon can we set the region on our servers to Nairobi?
Okay, so we keep saying we are coming to Nairobi. I am here. Our office is on Riverside Drive.
I mean server location.
No, I was just saying that as a light touch. So awesome question. And I know that question comes as connotated by maybe things to do with the Data Protection Act and things like that. Happy to have that as a side conversation. But nothing today stops you from a law perspective. And I think I heard there was a lawyer in the room in terms of using public cloud, whether
So let's settle down. At this point, I want to invite our CEO, Andrew Lewela, to invite our chief guest. Andrew, over to you. Karibu.
Thank you, Gitao. I wish I could say it was an ambush, but it wasn't. I was busy with our chief guest, having a laugh, but I have to do this. Chairman of the KENIC board, directors present, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular pleasure to introduce a guest who I've known in the recent past, but who has been close to this sector, passionate about this sector, advising on this sector, and very graciously has flown action and so on. And most importantly, Excellency, hawa watu wanataka kusikia ile siasa kidogo konayo on the hill. But anyway, we'll stay away from politics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to just invite to speak to us Excellency Ambassador Philip Thigo. Karibu.
Your pressure unaniweka. Good afternoon. Simetoka lunch. Good afternoon. Your diplomacy tutaacha kwa mlango. Thank you so much, really. Always happy to support Andrew and the work that he's doing. Of course, I see a couple of friends from phone. And so I know I was asked to speak many things, but in my view, I call it the graveyard shift. I'm sure you've discussed many things for 2 days. I will not try to bore you with many things, but I'll try and pick a couple of things that I've been looking at globally, but then thinking through how do I share this, since you framed this conference very interestingly. It's just not about domains, but it's very much about many things. So as I've been described, I do many things. But I think where I largely focus on is greatly around emerging technologies. Because I think it's important to put ourselves into a context. If you're talking about partnerships and they talk about inclusivity, it cannot be partnerships and inclusivity in 1999. It has to be partnerships and inclusivity in 2024, but also understanding that 2024 in itself has had more than 3-4 iterations. Things are moving very quickly. I was mentioning to Andrew that I think the president in his wisdom did not call me a digital ambassador. Call me a technology ambassador, because technology is just not about digital. It's many things, and when you talk about tech, there's both what you are familiar with, but also in the understanding is what really drives development. And so when you talk about inclusivity or partnerships, it's not about just being digital. And it's just not about accessing technology. It's about what you are missing if you do not have those capabilities. And so for me, it's always about that. I always try to frame it around those 3 things. I think it takes a little bit of time. That we cannot not talk about technology without talking about demography. Kenya is familiar with this. Siasa ya Hill to Nilia Gen Z, so we know that. Demography is not something we can ignore. And I say demography in both ways. You may be talking about Gen Z in terms of the under 20 laws of 9s. That's not normal. But so there's definitely a problem. And the problem for me is always what drives climate change is always the technology of the day. So what we are using now is also driving climate change. So how do we ensure that we are not harming the planet more, even as we harness technology? I mentioned this to Andrew and colleagues that for me, with this rapid period of change, I don't see it as a digital divide. I see it as an opportunity and mostly a life divide. Because if technology is affecting how we live, learn, work, communicate, engage, then it's no longer just digital. It's everything. If you don't have a .ke address, probably I don't know you exist. Who here does not have an email address? Okay, who doesn't have a .ke email address? Come on, a .ke. Kelly anasemanga ukweli. Just raise your hand. We know you don't have. Who here does not have a .ke address and has a Yahoo address? Now that one we're going to fight. I hope you are seeing people around. Clients ni wengi. So basically, I think a .ke, and I'm really a champion of .ke. Really, it's more or less of an address, and you need to figure out how to have an address. As I said, a lot of things are changing, and for me, it's really that integration, virtualization, and designation that speaks to the .ke model. This is where just the world is, and the more everything gets smarter, the more not having a web address becomes a challenge. Yes. The world is getting increasingly connected. Many people are mobile only. And so how we build for inclusivity is important. I know many of you may have the .ke addresses, but your websites are not mobile ready. They're the same. Yet the numbers are telling us something else. So I think it's going to be very important. Part of inclusivity is access. And access is how you design. And so I think it's going to be very important even as we go forward is thinking about that. I always bring that up. So for the business people in the room, and I'm seeing tables, people have taken tables from ICEA to FMC advocates, is look at the middle of that chart. When we talk about the internet, you might think about it, talk about everybody. Look at the middle and the lower middle, 32.1%. in the middle, and then 26.7% in our region. So if we talk about the internet, that's all you're talking about, 26% of people. So we have what, 85 plus? Not connected. It's a problem, but it's also a business opportunity. So when I was in the room, I was told not to talk about problems, so I'm going to talk about problems. But just think about it. So sometimes before you see the data, you think, but the minute you start to see the data, you see a problem. So how do you ensure that the 80% are online? That's in terms of millions. So let me remove the percentage. So 360 million in our region are not connected online. It's a problem, but also it's a business opportunity. So your marketers need to think broadly. Part of inclusivity, I think for me, is also the productivity. Even the 26% connected are spending a lot of time chatting on social networks, searching stuff, not necessarily productive, shopping, auctions is a thing, or classified. So just think about it, right? So again, when I think about collaborations, and inclusivity, how do you ensure that even this finite resource is definitely working for productivity? Because the other side is that even if we get the 80% connected, and all of them go to chat and social networks, what does it mean? So I think for me, we need to think about this is a responsibility of this group to ensure that this model flips a bit. We start to see the middle stuff starting to go up. I think email comes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6. Email ranks 6th in terms of productivity. So I think we need to think about it a bit. I'm sure you didn't talk about this. And out of the 26%, 96% of it is for people who are able, not disabled. So part of our inclusivity must also think about persons with disability. But then for me, look at the bottom line. That's the money you're losing if you're not building the web for persons with disability. So basically, again, we just need to think through that our populations are not homogeneous, and we need to think through how we do that. I'm trying to skip many things. Of course, COVID put us somewhere else. We are definitely in places where we can do. But let me bring up that complication. Because part of also inclusivity and part of technology acceleration, it means jobs are going. How many are looking at that other side? Okay, so I start my usual test. If in your company, you have folks in the 10 fastest growing jobs, hands up. Amazon, hapana. with the exception of Amazon. 10 fastest growing jobs. You can see the screens. On one hand, you can see AI and machine learning experts, business intelligence analysts, information security analysts, very clear, fintech engineers, data analysts and scientists, robotics, digital transformation specialists. Hakuna, si ndio? Mbona mmenyamaza? Situkubaliane. It is okay. That's why we are here, right? Well, you asked me to talk about inclusivity and partnerships, so I want to talk about inclusivity. So if you're not having those guys, then you're going to be excluded very quickly. Very, very quickly. Because this is by 2025. We are 2024, August. Can have 6 months. So we have to think about how we quickly start to transition and get that talent from this other side and stop working on these declining folks on this other side. Something to think about. Clearly, I'll stop presenting very quickly because I'm doing doom and gloom. The room just went quiet. But I think, and this is really driven by, again, it's those 4 factors. I'll try and be very quickly. And the world is changing very quickly. I always say this, 90% of all the data you hear, see now was created 2 years ago. Just for perspective. It means it's never too late. But it's moving very quickly because in the next 2 years, this is going to double. So every data set you see now was created 2 years ago and will change very quickly. We'll go there. And because of this, as much as we see a lot of opulence, we are seeing OpenAI, we are seeing NVIDIA's stock tripling, we are seeing a lot of things, but then on the other side is we are seeing serious inequality and a widening gap. So as much as a lot of us are relentlessly pursuing progress, we're seeing a lot of inequality amidst prosperity. And that's a problem. This map you may not be able to see, but I'll leave this. This is just a map of every tech company, including Kelly's one. Kelly's one is number 4. Their sort of annual revenue or projections. I think your valuation is about $1.8 billion. It's quite big. Kenya is about $1 trillion. Sorry, it's $1.8 trillion. Kenya's GDP is 113 billion. Perspective, right? So Kenya is comes close to number 20. Oh my God, we're not even top 30. So we have companies that are bigger than us, bigger than our economy. Amazon, I think you're 5 times, oh my God, even not more, 10 times bigger than us. So basically, again, when we talk about inequalities and partnerships, you realize why it's important to have Kelly in the room. Because then they can buy us and and put us on the side in the room. You sit here and be quiet. And they can actually acquire the country. And so I think for me, in this era of technology and innovation, we have to think through how we engage companies, but also how we collaborate, because they have more capabilities than we have. They have a global reach, but also they have capital that we can do many things. So I hope you had this culture of innovation and how we can leverage on that. But this is why I always like to put this in perspective. Of course, there are systemic issues when I talk about inclusivity. Is if you're not part of the building of it, then a lot of who you are not in it. So I hope that a lot of us here will be builders and just not users. Again, part of partnerships is collaboration and co-creation. And that's why you design systems that work for everybody. I'm trying to go very quickly so that I do that. And to my government colleagues, you'll be shocked, I always say this. Everything I talked about is what citizens are talking about. Governments are listening to them in 20th century technology and providing what? 19th century responses. So part of the collaboration and engagement needs also to understand that how we need to transition very quickly to where citizens are. And if we cannot do it by themselves, that's why partnerships are. How do we talk to people who are in the 21st century even as we skill and upskill ourselves, so that we can be able to talk to citizens and give solutions that are more responsive. As I said, for us, when we talk about inclusivity, we have different personas, people are not the same, that we have to figure out how do you speak to a farmer, how do you get to an urban dweller, how do you talk to an elderly citizen, how do you talk about this young person who was on the street last week, how do you engage a tech entrepreneur, but also how do you talk to the person in the diaspora? And there are many personas. So the idea is that talk about inclusivity and partnerships is people are not the same. We're not homogeneous. We need to be everywhere. I was told people don't know actually what I do. So I'm just gonna, so basically my role is to figure out how technology and diplomacy cut together, but also how do I talk to the companies, the SMEs, and other domain experts in a way that we ensure that technology actually benefits society. And that governments do not legislate or regulate so that they stifle innovation. Because there's a real fear of the unknown. And so my job is to much as possible unpack that fear. But also to say that there's no particular time where technology has been beyond human control or capacity. And so while the fear is temporal, we need to think long-term in a way that we govern tech. And I'm sure you've seen that. I still feel that in that engagement, we still need to find you. We need to know where you are. And so again, I'll advocate for .ke again, that it's important. Even think about, I said personas. I talked about different people with different GDPs. The equalizer for me is an address. Because the .ke address is a .ke address. There's nobody superior or lower than that. So for me, it's always important that it identifies us as Kenyan, but also it gives us a unique identity, but also is a unifier and equalizer. So I think for me, it becomes very important when we do that. And I'll end with that the future is here. And even as you think about a unique address, we also must start thinking about technologies that are coming so that we have a good baseline now, that when these new things start showing up, that we are not dislocated or disconnected or left behind. So this is, again, my big job, but you shouldn't worry about this, but I think for me the issue is that, do we have sight of these things? But also, do we have a base where then we can engage with these things? Because increasingly data, unless you are in a certain domain, there's a problem with portability or interoperability. So I think having a home base is important. Again, I'll go back to the .ke and say really, really it's a serious thing of having something that is domain specific and works for us. And I think a few closing points. One is that Kenya, I think in most cases is fortunate because we have a working democratic framework that enables collaboration. We have an interestingly seamless way of engaging across arms of government, whether it's parliament, whether it's executive, whether it's counties. And so there's an opportunity to ensure that our collaborations are just not about lip service, it's very much around delivering real value for citizens. I think that has to be really at the core of what we do. And citizens, we can draw them the personas, including the SMEs. I think the third part is that we have a very good window because as technology is changing, and I'm sure you keep on hearing of the different versions of artificial intelligence, I think it's still early enough for us to get our collaboration so that we can start to see how this technology is just not, as Kelly says it, the fad for today. We were in metaverse a year ago, but it's things that actually are delivering value. And when I see SMEs in the room, I see we need to step up a bit. Because when I talk about artificial intelligence, in my view, from where I sit, globally, it's vanity. It only starts to make sense when it starts to fix real problems, right? How do we ensure that we increase agricultural value chains? How do we start to predict diseases, including crop diseases? And I see a lot of pilots here. How do we get them to scale? I start to see issues around education and education outcomes that are very specific to learners, that are just not general. Because 16 kids in a room are different. But what artificial intelligence can do, it can track individual learners and develop individual specific outcomes. Then it's just not about, it's about success and excellence. It's about how people come out of a school in terms of being successful and not necessarily, a conveyor belt of just churning out talent that happens to land on a specific job. AI also can ensure that in terms of our learners' journey, we can actually connect with industry in a way that those 10 jobs that are coming are actually being produced. Because right now, I don't think they are. Because we can't just see that journey, and we're not understanding how industry is changing. And so for me, those are the big ones that, again, when we talk about inclusivity and partnerships, it has to be holistic. We have to break silos. At some point tomorrow, I hope this table will be mixed. I'll see some of your advocates and Kenneth sitting together. Do you work together? Those two tables. Do you work together? No. I think I've made my point.
Excellency, for the presentation. I was trying to furiously take notes, but before I put the full stop, success and excellence. It is not fair if I don't open the plenary for a few questions. So, because we have an award ceremony shortly and we have to, we like the good gentleman to maybe do a few awards before he leaves. Prepare your question. One from that end, upper, na upper. Any burning questions based on the presentation or any thoughts you've had? There's one here, yes. Maybe the second one. So, as the microphones work their way, I'm trying to see why I scrambled my question. Naftali, are you ready? Go for it.
Yeah, thanks, Ambassador. Maybe my question goes to, I think you mentioned about the next level of collaborations, what you want to see in terms of microchips, AI, and all that. And in this country, we've had the issue of government delivery in terms of services, specifically e-government services. And I'm not sure if what you're doing there in terms of leveraging on AI to be able to achieve the government delivery in a way that is a bit more easier for people from the rural areas to be able to do this. And how you are solving the issue of government departments, specifically from agriculture. You mentioned about predictions, and departments, meteorological, all those departments are key to our economy in terms of how they need to leverage AI and the collaborations, specifically because I'm in AI space and I've created a number of models there, and how when it comes to government delivery, government services, it becomes a very, very difficult conversations in terms of how this AI can be consumed collaboratively with these government institutions to deliver better services at the community and, of course, the excluded ones. I want to know how that framework how you're developing it.
Naftali.
My name is Naftal.
Naftal. I saw a second one there. Please, don't give a thesis about the question, and I'm being polite. Sharp. One question, please, so that we are fair. Not three questions. One question, please.
No problem. My name is Miran Jaguna. I have a question in regards to tapping into the upcoming generation and upcoming techies. What is the government doing to tap, apart from tapping into emerging technologies, how is the government tapping into the new talent that's coming up and utilizing these new emerging technologies?
Asante. Did I see another hand on that side? Sharp, please.
Okay. Yeah, Excellency. I think you said we leave diplomas at the door. So, Kiongozi. My name is Lawrence. I work for FAST, Forum of Incident Responders and Security Teams. My question is, as we strive to build collaboration, how can we also build cyber diplomacy as we go towards Silicon Savannah? Thank you.
Asante. I saw one hand. Just pause there so that I give any hand on this end. Okay. Bob, please. I'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you. So very quick one. Probably so along the lines of the UN Tech Envoy, Bob is my name. Do we expect at some point, the Kenya Special Envoy on Technologies report that potentially should then inform probably how government will then be responding, as you say, maybe in a 21st, are we in 21st century? To a 21st century citizen. Just a question on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. It's behind you, I think that's... Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Mwende from Diplo Foundation. Just a very brief question. I liked the way that you brought in the issue of fourth industrial revolution, because it's been surpassed by AI in terms of the hype that is around the area. So how will you ensure that we don't get lost in the hype, especially as government and using public finances to finance the ongoings of AI? So how do we overcome the hype?
Thank you. I will disappoint some people and allow, because I promised you, sir. Are those enough, Excellency? So I'm sorry I'll lock a few people out just because of time. Let's have the last question and then I'll...
value for the systems that are being built for the citizenry so that our taxes are used fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Kivuva. I left you for last intentionally. I know they're normally very pointed. Excellency, sneak in one last one from the Chief Evangelist. Oftentimes when envoys, ambassadors are appointed by the president, they are deployed to different countries. Luckily for you, you are here with us. So the day you are recalled, you won't have to travel very far. Anyway, this is a question. What will be your measure of success, Philip, when you're done with this brief and mandate that the president has given you? Thank you very much. Maybe you can do it while you're... Okay. You've been on a long flight, eh?
Yeah. Respectful to stand. Thank you so much for the questions. I'm sure there are 1,000. I'll try to answer them in the way that I understand it. Start with Naftali, right? I think in terms of collaboration, and because you work on AI, I think for me, again, when I talk about, I didn't finish the slide, but I'll leave them here. So I have a page on that. My first issue, and this is even before I was appointed by the president here, I was actually appointed by the United Nations Secretary General on his advisory body on artificial intelligence. And they got me there because of one reason, because I get artificial intelligence, but we think we just get there, right? There are some fundamentals we must do, right? So it's the basic stuff, that AI is just an evolution of technology, but we should not forget to do what we must do as a country. And I call them foundations. And you cannot not invest in this. You cannot build any serious AI infrastructure or architecture if you don't have data. Our data systems, especially in the sectors you mentioned, whether it's health, whether it's agriculture, are areas or sectors where we still do not have data, or we have data gaps, even in the data sets that exist. The second one, of course, is infrastructure. As you saw, 26% of the country is connected. So even if you're not building sort of, AI, but if you're a user, you're still limited because the infrastructure just doesn't allow it. So I think we still need to do that, especially if we talk about inclusivity. Skills. We've had prompt engineering. If you cannot prompt, I'm sure all of us use AI differently. Prompt, GPT is what everybody's familiar with, so I'm going to talk about that as in its simplest version of it. So if you cannot query or prompt, then you do not necessarily get any result. Or if you cannot query or prompt and then analyze the result, then nothing, right? So again, skills. The fourth one, of course, is electricity. We're still a third of the country is connected. So it's both electricity, but also the cost of it. So I think we need to do something there. The other part, of course, is what I call agile governance, and so I'll try and tie a couple of questions with that, which means we're just now completing our AI strategy, just now, which is important to your point around not getting into the hype. And we decided to go in this direction because we didn't want to do the way you legislate or regulate previously, because a strategy at least gives you a general direction, right? So this is really where we need to go. It doesn't prescribe. But then ultimately it also speaks about multi-stakeholder collaborations, but also talks about the fundamentals of what we think as a country artificial intelligence should be based on, which is around ethics and accountability and transparency. Because right now, as much as I query any of the Geminis or ChatGPT, I do not know how it makes those decisions. And so algorithmic transparency is going to be very important. And so how we ensure that these systems are transparent is important, because right now, unfortunately, these things we use are actually making life and death decisions. And I'm one believer that machines should not do that. HR people in this room right now use AI to sift through CVs before they shortlist. Those are life and death decisions. Because when somebody doesn't have a job, it means many things. So to my point, and none of them even ask how those AI systems make decisions. So I'm one person who would prefer to shortlist by hand. It's just me. Unless I understand how those machines make decisions. And so I think for me, we need to do those basics. The other piece, of course, is how we're going to resource this. Right? Because once you get in, you've gotten in. Unlike any other technology, with AI, the more you use, the more you pay. There's no economy of scales in this thing, right? So the more you use, the more you pay. So imagine a smallholder, an SME supporting a smallholder farmer. The more they scale to getting more smallholder farmers, the more they use, so their profit is wiped away. So we need to think about the systems and how to make them more equal and more fair. So that's my role now, is thinking about how do we ensure that AI delivers for good. And that's why you saw us very clear there. So how do we have a differentiated pricing model? So when I'm talking to OpenAI and Sam Altman and his team, that's what I'm pushing, right? That you cannot charge us the same as you charge folks in the US. Same as a lot of those guys in Gemini. So it's the same conversation we're having. And I think the good thing is Kenya, so they know us. I was wondering if we were another country, how would it have been? It would have been different. Marianne, I think in terms of tapping into the youth talent, I think for us, at least for me, it's very much around collaboration. So I work very closely with, AWS. If you look at my profile, I'm always working with a tech company because they have capability, the opportunity. And it's just not about tapping into talent, it's also trying to see how you can improve your talent so that you can be marketed globally. Because sometimes opportunities are just not here. Opportunities are also global. The other piece is currently working on a mapping of talent, especially those that are outside, and trying to connect them with talent here. So that's going to be very important. Because the more I travel on this role, I think 3 months now, the more I see opportunities out there. So take it if it's there. So hope we can stay connected. Lawrence, in cyber diplomacy, I think we are just in the process of completing an entire digital and technology diplomacy strategy as part of our national foreign policy strategy. So we had a foreign policy strategy in 2014, lapsed 2018, it was never renewed. We just did one. I've done a paper. I'm doing a first white paper ever on digital diplomacy and diplomacy in terms of where we are seeing technology in itself as a foreign policy element, and there are 3 parts. The first part is the use of technology itself for foreign policy and diplomacy. So how do we as diplomats engage? You're hearing Zoom diplomacy, you're hearing WebEx diplomacy, but also social. You'll agree we've been very thin on that space, whether it's TikTok or Facebook or Meta or X. The other piece, of course, is the new topics that are emerging. And so spend a lot of my time now literally going into New York and sitting and negotiating, because I so happen to be from this domain. But traditional diplomats do not know what cyber is, do not know what AI is, do not know the geopolitics of it. So how do we, part of the strategy is there are 50 plus topics, or quantum. So you don't expect a traditional diplomat to talk about quantum computing in a room where there's China and the US and not understanding what the implications are, right? And I'm sure people who are in the WISE's process, you know this. In 2005, we know what we did not do right. I was in Tunis then, so a little bit upsetting, right? So I think in this one, you need to get it right. So in terms of how you use the tools, in terms of how you do the new topics, and in terms of foreign policy, so that you're not caught in between that. And you had the president saying, we are neither looking east or west, we are going forward in terms of how we develop or how we define our own technology. In terms of Bob, in terms of a special envoy report, I think it'll be more than that. It's just not a report. First of all, I'm part of a larger ecosystem of envoys, so about 21 globally, the only one in Africa, so something needs to be done there. Second part, of course, is very much part of what I do with the United Nations, is a lot of what I do is reflected there, because it's really not about Kenya. If you look at technology and how it interfaces, it's actually how Kenya interfaces with the rest of the world. The last 3 weeks, Kate will tell you, every week I have a Zoom call with all the big tech companies. And literally how their platforms are not moderating content for Kenya, but also how we are also seeing Bangladesh, UK, US elections. So it will never be about Kenya. Kenya will always be a little piece there in terms of what we need to do right, but also it will be how we interface with other countries, because also what we're seeing is there are other players playing in Kenya virtually, whether it's positive or negative. So again, you will see a lot of if the report that way. The second one is we're working on something, and you should look at the current, I think, budget policy paper called a State of Openness report. So part of a State of Openness report is very much around the systems you're talking about, whether it's procurement, open contracting for what is talking about how government procures systems, from beneficial ownership. How do you connect beneficial ownership and open contracting? So State of Openness, we're very much figuring around that. The state of our open data. How do we ensure that data is open for development, and so that a lot of you SMEs have access to that data to build stuff? Part of the openness is also around policies. How are policies enacted in a way that they're multi-stakeholder? So that, not a small group goes and, puts themselves in a room, all of a sudden, voila, you have a law. With the AI strategy, I think you've seen that. If people have not been talked to and you're interested in that, let me know. We've kind of opened it up in a way that everybody can have a conversation. So that the third one will be a State of Openness report around that. Mwende, I think, Diplo, love the organization. I think if you look at the hype, and that's what I'm saying, if you come into the fundamentals, that's why I go towards how do you ensure that artificial intelligence delivers for public good and for development. The hype stops when it's not about sending somebody to the moon or doing a pilot that doesn't make sense. It's very much around how do you link it to a real problem. So for example, in our case, we've done, I think, 3 use cases, but let me talk one that is kind of public facing. Was very much, 2 actually public facing. One was on the President's Tree Planting Initiative. So we've worked with IBM and a couple of folks to use satellite data, use AI to map the forest, play 20 years back to see the rate of afforestation and deforestation, but also to understand the patterns that lead to that deforestation, mapped it to a community in terms of energy transition, and gotten a service there through COCO networks. So they're transitioning in those communities there. You see, in that way, I don't have to say AI. So AI is underneath, but people can see in a very little time, we're able to see a forest, transition, understand why it's being deforested, and get a community to transition, and better still, get somebody to fund it because of their ESG compliance. So Diageo, for example, is putting money behind that one. Not vanity, don't have to talk about AI. The second one was during the recent floods. And I'm glad Kelly is here, and a lot of these folks. So we were able to put everybody together, working with Meta because of WhatsApp, using AI to get mobility. Where are people now? Where were people before the floods? Able to get elevation from Microsoft using their AI capability. Able to work with Maxa to understand property damage. So, for example, physical assets, electricity posts. Just by seeing dark and light. And that's what AI can do. Able to pull in location very quickly, able to put that into the hands of the Red Cross and the National Disaster Operations Center. And for the first time, we actually have a baseline on the potential of floods, but also what we're increasingly calling you know how you have a fire assembly point? Now we have a flood assembly point. We didn't have that before. Right? It means you just don't put tents or camps where people gather just because they're gathering there. You're actually using technology and data to tell you if you put people in this camp, they'll never be moved again because, you know, we can be able to calculate these things very quickly, and we did that in less than a week. So those for me are what pushes us beyond vanity. I don't want somebody here with a robot, then they get excited. And so the more we have those use cases that are actually help. There's another young lady who's doing crop scanning, right? Has a camera, Esther, I think, has a camera on a farm, costs about $5 a month for a farmer, can be able to scan crop diseases. Then once we begin to do that, then we move beyond the hype. So you'll never hear me talk about AI in the abstract. And ChatGPT is not the only AI that we know. So basically, I think we need to move beyond the sort of GPT, as you say. AI is a GPT, is a general purpose technology. That's pun intended. So basically, that's what I see, and we need to move beyond that. Expenditure in ICT systems. I think he knows my pain. It's not even expenditure. It's also the use and efficiency. The first thing that I'm beginning to push, and happy to work with Kennick on this, at least for foreign affairs, is to understand the efficiency. Forget even buying a new one. What do you have? Are you using it? Are you efficient? Are you using it efficiently? Because then it's one thing to procure and then make up or in a mere dust. So there's all that. The other part, of course, is interoperability. And something in the health sector is we've actually designed with a couple of partners what we call interoperability guidelines for health services. Understand health is decentralized. So sometimes when you say government, sometimes I feel for my colleagues, government is 48 governments, 47 counties plus one national. So it's hard to sort of force or enforce procurement, but we can enforce standards and interoperability. So that's something I'm working on very closely in terms of how are these systems interoperable. So you'll start to see that in the community health personnel. So we are really, really laser focused on that because think about it. It's 24,000 of these folks covering 100 households each, you know, with 6,000 supervisors. So it's an interesting metrics in terms of how do you ensure that they're interoperable and they have devices. So you have security. You sort of have a security issue there. So maybe look out for that. Hopefully in the next Kennick, this is the second one or the first one? In the second one, we'll probably have more use cases so we can demonstrate a lot of those things and also show value for money. In July, I co-hosted with the government of Germany in New York an open source summit for the first time in the UN. We are going to do it in March this year, so please mark your calendars. We'll make sure you have that. Because a lot of this stuff, I mean, think about it, 80% of software value goes outside at the moment. And yet we have SMEs here who can build. You don't have to build everything. I'm one guy who's very clear. Some core systems must be enterprise, I'm sorry. You need things that are hardened, people who put R&D behind those systems. But systems that can be built on top of that, I think we can do better. So I think for me, that and that's a conversation I'm pushing upstream in terms of how do you ensure that the enterprise architecture remains there, but a lot of SMEs build on top of that. That's how you save money. But so that's how a lot of young people get money, and that's how you also start to rethink procurement. Because a lot of you guys build innovations. How do you procure an innovation? By its very nature, it's unique, right? So you understand. So there's a problem there that we need to fix. Finally, measure of success. Safe, secure, inclusive, trustworthy, digital future. If for me, I can go through those four things, right? Is our internet, technology, architecture, environment safe? The hackings you hear, child abuse that we hear online, abuse of women online, misuse of technology, these issues of fake news, misinformation, disinformation, manipulated media, and we're already starting to do that. So for example, now we have a good ecosystem and a good collaborative with all the tech companies. We have a status meeting every week for now because of the Mandamano. And every week they add either content moderators. TikTok has been amazing. They did 100 live moderators in a day, which was, it's never been done. So other countries are asking us how we're doing it, right? So I think for me, the safety is important. The security, we are seeing an increase in cyber attacks. 800%, if I'm not wrong, over the first quarter. And it's your companies, it's not even government. Government of us are just not the techies online, it's actually everybody else. Who can then benefit from the value. Trustworthy, I do not even have to go there. I think trust is a big deal. And the more we trust each other and the more we create a trusted, technology society, I think the more it's important. And trust basically is about community, it's about partnerships, it's about collaboration. You only build trust by doing things together, not alone. So for me, really, that's my tagline. If you see my strategy when it comes out, that will be what it's talking about. How do we build a safe, secure, inclusive, and trustworthy digital future? And for me, digital future is not tomorrow. The future is changing very quickly. So how do we ensure that we are agile? So another mark is agility. How do we ensure that we are agile so that we are not caught up? Thank you.
The jury is out. A safe, secure, inclusive, and trustworthy digital future. We will send you this clip, Excellency, because it is an audacious commitment, and you can count on our support as a sector. I'd like to request now, as a token of appreciation and thank you to Ambassador Philip for taking time, small token just to thank him. I'd like to invite our chairman of the board, Paul Kadoki, to please come to the front to present this token, and it is within the permissible public sector. Is it $25? I don't know. Come. Something to keep you warm. A big hand for Ambassador Philip Tigo. Thank you very much. Something for you and your family. It is well within. Asante sana. Thank you, Chairman. I want to now hand it over back to our event director, Gitau, to take us home. I hope, Ambassador, you have a few minutes just to recognize some of our ecosystem players who make us proud and work hard. As a greater segue to Gitau coming up, last year was a difficult year. And I think I shared this on a post on LinkedIn through a statement. Both for SMEs in the room, for households, for the government, for the economy, but our registrars, who are the engine that drives our domain adoption in the namespace, really showed their resilience. So the next few minutes, we want to acknowledge some of that resilience, that tenacity to stay in this space and continue to grow. And once we are done with that section, I'll come back just to announce some few big shifts we want to make in terms of supporting them, and that hopefully can help us accelerate as we go forward. So over to you, Gitau. Super excited.
Thank you very much, Bwana CEO. So this next session is pretty much to recognize the efforts and the input of our registrar community. So we're looking at the level and the type of business that they've been able to generate for this, for KENIC and for the sector. And we want to recognize and award them. Of course, they are token awards, but it's just to say thank you for a job well done. We have about 7 categories that we'll be looking at. So in the next few minutes, we're just getting the stage rearranged a bit. But we will be back here and we'll celebrate each and every one of them. So give us a 2-minute interlude and we'll get this one going. Thank you.
It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, there's this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year information communication technology digital master plan for 2020.
We are on to the fun part. I want us to applaud each and every nominee as well as winner of the awards. And we can start. So, nominees for new Registrar of the Year 2023. Pata host. Wow, I need to my eyesight is that bad. So new Registrar of the Year nominees. Play that again. Pata host. Lankola Tech. Am I too far from the transmitter? Our media team, Our technology challenge is not acceptable in an internet summit. Okay, so there we go again. Pata host, Lankola Tech, host Raha, GeoCloud Africa, and Quick Host. So those are our nominees for new Registrar of the Year. And the winners are second runners-up, host Raha. Take that again. 1,000 apologies for that one. So it's Quick Host as a second runners-up. So let's have Quick Host up on stage. We will request, please come and give this award. Quick host. Quick. In absentia. Okay. So we'll go on to the next one. First runners up. Coming on stage. Karibu. Our second category, we'll request Bwana Thigo. Thank you very much. For our second category, this is highest growth, and the nominees are, so as they play on the screen, we will request Bwana Chair. we wanted you to give this award, if you may. Thank you. So highest growth nominees, Fan Media, Kenya Website Experts, Deep Africa, True Host, and Host Pinnacle. Second runners-up, drum roll, Host Pinnacle. Host Pinnacle, yeah, come up on stage. Our chair will give the award. Congratulations. First runners-up, True Host Cloud Limited. First runners-up, same category. Kenya Website Experts. Who's in the house? All right, karibu. True Host. Well done. Well done, well done. So we'll invite our CEO for this next category, where we're awarding for domain registrations. And the nominees for this category are Host Africa, Host Pinnacle, True Host, Global Internet Fortunes, and Kenya Website Experts. And the second runners-up in this category Kenya Website Experts. Back on stage. All right. Well done. First runners-up, same category, Global Internet Fortunes. Well done. Let's clap for them. Thank you very much. The next award is a Regional Registrar Award. I will invite Barak is in the house. Yes, karibu. Thank you, Bwana CEO. So this is for Regional Registrar Award. The nominees are I'll have to move closer. Just make it a bit bigger. Nominees are Aheri Basic Internet, Web Solutions Kenya, Host Nali, Web Host Limited, Gamma Solutions, and Ecobiz Limited. Second runners-up for this award, Ecobiz Limited. Round of applause. Ecobiz, are they in the house? Yes. Haya, karibu on stage. Thank you. First runners-up. Gamma Solutions. Are they in the house? Yes. Are you on stage? Well done. And the winner is Host Nali, Web Host Limited. Let's applaud them. Job well done. Karibu. I've been reminded to be gender balanced, so for this award, I want to invite our committee member, Madam Irene, if you will come and give this award. Thank you, Irene, for accepting on short notice. Nominees for a Registrar of the Year. IBC has spoken. Registrar of the Year award goes to TrueHost Cloud Limited. More applause. These guys have done a really great job. Awesome. Congratulations. Awesome. Well done. So the organizers of the Registrar Awards, or rather the award ceremony, we decided to do, make it a bit more fun and all-inclusive. So for this category, we're calling it Loyalty Award. We're looking at registrants who, you can't be a registrar in this category, but you have a domain. So what we need you to do is write your domain on a piece of paper. Somebody will go around and collect, and then we'll do a raffle. And there's an exciting prize for the one that gets picked. So if you have a domain, of course a .ke domain, that's yours. But you can't be a registrar. .ke. So those are the, so we'll take 5 minutes for this. Just write down your domain address. Somebody will come around your table. They'll pick it. We'll do a raffle. And get a box. So have you written your domain address? You can only write once. Eh? Ten, 9, 8, 7. Somebody's coming around. There's a bag behind you. 6. There's a bag there. There's a bag there. Actually, I have several domains actually. 10, 9, 8, 7, there. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5. Some more. Raise your hand if you still have a paper in your hand. On that side, yeah. There's another one there. One last one on that side. Okay, done. So in case you didn't know, in our midst we have a very young girl who happened to come with her mom for this summit. And for the simple reason is that she had to go to hospital earlier, so couldn't go back home. So I'll call her on stage. And for all fairness, she'll be here. You'll see her pick. And whoever gets picked gets the prize. Nice and fair. Sylvia, maybe you can send the little girl. Come up. Come. She's the youngest in the room. Give me the bag. This is just for transparency's sake. Come. Come. Clap for her, yeah. Mm-hmm. What's your name?
My name is Valentine Letitia.
Where do you go to school?
I school at St. Hannah's in Ngong Road.
Okay. And she had a write-up. It's just a short one-pager that she wanted to read for us. So go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Valentine Letitia. I'm 10 years old. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for accepting me. I have enjoyed the talk about internet. I love to be a doctor with knowledge about ITC. It's my humble request that companies doing consultation to work the young people with issues regarding money. We need to save money. My parting shot, I love books so much. I would like if I would get a good Samaritan to help me get books. Thanks. Thanks to the organizers and everyone in the room.
Thank you very much. So we need you to pick just one. Close your eyes and then just pick one. Let me hold the mic for you. So you just pick one, huh? Some people put very big papers inside here, man. This is rigging. Okay. Put your hand inside. No. There. Put your hand inside. I want you to read for us very loudly.
Gionita.co.ke.
So that's our winner. Where's the prize? Thank you very much. Next session, we want to invite all the winners back on stage with the award. Please come with your award, the one that you've won, certificate, trophy. All the winners, please come back up on stage. Winners have left. Winners, please come back on stage. Winners, we need on stage. Hey, boss, 2 trophies. Karibu on stage. Yeah, maybe let's move a bit on that side. So a big round of applause for this registrars. They've done a fantastic job. We hope you'll keep it up. It's a challenge also to the other registrars to be on this stage. We appreciate you and we thank you for all your efforts. So thank you very much. 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Thank you very much. At this point, we want to invite Director Thomas to give a vote of thanks and bring us to a close. Thank you very much. Let's welcome him. And a quick intro. Some people may not know you.
Thanks Gitao, makofi kwa Gitao. IMC for the last 2 days and for making very nice decisions, like picking that young girl to come and, Kenyans the way they are. So thank you very much, Makofi. I'm Thomas Odhiambo. I work with the ICT Authority. I sit with the in the KENIC board, and I'm currently the vice chair. So mine is really very simple, and to appreciate, I think, what has been a very thought-provoking 2 days in terms of the panelists that we had. Makofi for the panelists. I think maybe the time wasn't enough. I think the content was a little bit more than was available. So thank you very much for the panelists, and we hope to see you again. Of course, maybe I should have started with our boss, the chief guest we had yesterday, secretary to the cabinet, and the technology envoy who's just left, Philip Tigo. I think it takes a lot for this to extract themselves from wherever they were usually to come here. So we really, really appreciate maybe a round of applause. We have technocrats in the room who've been supporting us. ICANN, Kiktanet, KK here. A round of applause, Balak. You know yourselves, I think we had, and you've been supporting us from the previous years, the DNS forum. You're still with us, and we hope we'll continue working together, because this is a journey for all of us. This is an ecosystem for all of us, and we need to build it together so it works for us. It works for us going forward. I'd like also to appreciate KENIC directors, the chairman, KENIC, Makofi Kwake. KENIC directors present, Makofi Kwao. Sponsors, without whom we will not be here. Wametoa pesa. AWS is here. Makofi kwa AWS. Number four, Makofi, number 4 worldwide, kwa pesa. We were shown. Kenya is number what? Kenya we were number what? You can't even remember. And KENIC was now number what? Okay, so our sponsors, Makofi kubwa sana. Nimesahau nani? Registrars